Chapter 1029. Outside Gudazi and the others, the white light that was capable of destroying the world gradually weakened until it disappeared. If Gudazi and the others came out to take a look, they would be shocked beyond words. This was because the black mud that originally covered the ground had completely disappeared after the white light dissipated. No, it didn't disappear. It had been destroyed by the white light that had destroyed a third of the world. The hegemon's halo, Kvarana, contained an inheritance that could destroy a third of the world. It was known as the strongest gift of the Flash faction in the Boxgarden world, and could be said to be Az Darkahar's proudest move. This was because this move was the manifestation of the three-headed dragon's inheritance that had destroyed a third of the world. It was a move that completely belonged to Az Darkahar. Unfortunately, Wu Ming's spiritual base had fused with Az Darkahar's body. This move that he was so proud of also belonged to Wu Ming. Wu Ming had used the ability to destroy a third of the world to choose to destroy the black mud that had covered half of Mesopotamia. Logically speaking, even the hegemon's halo shouldn't be able to destroy half of the black mud in one go. However, this was the black mud of the origin. Wu Ming only needed to add the power of origin to the hegemon's halo, and it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was very easy to destroy the black mud that had come ashore. Even the black clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the sun in the west. The long period of black clouds caused people's perception of time to become blurry. Even day and night were somewhat blurred. For example, when the solar ephemeris acted as the sun to reflect Tiamat's figure, Gudazi and the others thought that it was night. Wu Ming was also one of the people who had such a misunderstanding. Is the day almost over? The three-headed dragon's head with large dragon horns looked at the sun that had already moved to the western side. This head belonged to Wu Ming. He hadn't done anything, but he realized that more than half the time had passed. Looks like tonight is going to be a sleepless night. Wu Ming, who was flying in the sky, looked down again. Because Wu Ming had removed the black mud that surged onto the land, the seawater observatory along the Persian Gulf coast reappeared. However, the lighthouse-like observatory had been broken down in the middle, and the collapsed part was nowhere to be seen. No longer paying attention to the collapsed observatory, Wu Ming landed on the coast of the Persian Gulf and folded his wings. The black mud on the land had indeed been cleared away by Wu Ming, but the black mud in the sea was not reduced at all. At this moment, from the Persian Gulf to the Indian Ocean in the distance, the sea surface was pitch black and looked quite muddy. There was basically no seawater, only black mud. After all, the tyrant's halo had destroyed one-third of the world. Wu Ming's ability to wipe out half of the black mud on the continent was already a rare effect. As for wiping out the entire ocean of black mud, Wu Ming was temporarily unable to do so. This was because the entire Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean connected to it had turned into black mud, and the Indian Ocean could even be called the Black Mud Ocean. As for Tiamat, she was not dead anyway. She was probably thrown into the sea of black mud by Wu Ming's halo. Just as Wu Ming was vigilant, a melodious sound wave came from the sea. The three-headed dragon immediately spread its shadow wings, including itself, to block the sound wave. It suddenly spread its wings, and the shadow wings instantly dispersed the sound wave. Master, in the myths, Tiamat didn't have many special abilities, but she was quite good at spirit of speech. The head on the left of the three-headed dragon with a crown suddenly spoke. This was the head controlled by Kolis. Mother is the mother goddess of creation. She doesn't need or have many abilities. Her body is her strongest weapon. This time, it was the head on the right of the three-headed dragon that spoke. This was the head controlled by Enkidu. Indeed. With her huge dragon body, just a casual attack from her is filled with power. In addition to her almost unbeatable authority, she doesn't need any extra power at all. Wu Ming nodded. The so-called power didn't refer to having fancy abilities, but to being able to defeat the opponent no matter how many or how strong their abilities were. Wu Ming was almost the same as Tiamat. Ever since Wu Ming found out that he was the origin dragon, he didn't put much effort into pursuing power because the key to his power was the power of the origin dragon and the powerful body of the origin dragon. It was apparent that Tiamat was the same. Her body was her best weapon. Not only that, But Tiamat also had some terrifying abilities. For example, her authority, the Sea of Life. The Sea of Life had a cell-level forced conversion effect called amino geese. It could turn any creature that came into contact with or entered her Sea of Life into one of their own. Musasp Ben-K had fallen for this trick. This ability existed before the Black Origin Mud and Tiamat fused. After fusing with the Black Origin Mud, this ability was only strengthened, although it was a little too much. At this moment, the Persian Gulf and the entire Indian Ocean were Tiamat's Sea of Life. Wu-Ming couldn't kill her in the Sea of Life. To give a less precise example, could you die of a common cold while receiving treatment in a famous provincial hospital? Although it was too absolute to say that it was 100%, it was indeed impossible to die from a cold under such conditions. After the song was broken by Wu-Ming, the Sea of Black Origin Mud began to stir again. Then, masses of Black Origin Mud surged and condensed, forming a huge body. This was exactly the same as Tiamat's dragon body, but the size was completely different. This time, Tiamat's body was obviously bigger than before. This meant that Tiamat's body was bigger than the three-headed demonic dragon at the moment. Is the entire Sea of Life Tiamat's body? If Wu-Ming was still guessing before, his parents were now certain of it. It seemed that the space that Gudazi and the others brought with them was indeed inside Tiamat's body. However, why didn't Tiamat attack Gudazi and the others? Instead, Ishtar only began to move after she blasted a hole in the space. Was Tiamat still asleep? Or was there some other reason? This is troublesome. Wu-Ming realized that he couldn't defeat Tiamat. However, Tiamat shouldn't be able to defeat the three-headed demonic dragon either. Tiamat opened her huge mouth. The sound wave that was full of magic struck again, and this time, it was more powerful than the last time. Wu-Ming dared to say that even if Matthew activated his noble phantasm, he might not be able to block this attack. It was enough to show how powerful the sound wave was. However, it was still useless against the three-headed demonic dragon. At this moment, the three-headed demonic dragon was a powerful existence driven by the fusion of Wu-Ming, Collis, and Enkidu's spiritual base. Collis aside, Wu-Ming's spiritual base was the best among the servants, and Enkidu's real body was even more powerful. Together with Collis, the three of them became a trinity. The three-headed demonic dragon that bore the name of Fire Worship Sect's evil dragon, Az Dahaka, was already an existence that no servant could match. No, it should be said that the three-headed demonic dragon at this moment was not an existence that could be defeated simply by having powerful strength. After all, the three-headed demonic dragon's current identity was a human evil, and defeating a human evil often required not only strength, but also wisdom, human wisdom. Both sides were human evil, so neither side could do anything to the other. However, Wu-Ming still had the upper hand at the moment. After all, he was once a human, and the three-headed demonic dragon was a trinity existence. At this moment, Tiamat was facing three existences, which was 3 against 1. That was the advantage that Tiamat did not have. Master, I detected a powerful binding on Goddess Tiamat's body. Binding? Yes, and it seems that Tiamat added the binding herself. Chapter 1030. Even after fusing with the three-headed demon dragon's spiritual base, Collis was still able to use her own abilities. That crown was the manifestation of Collis' ability. Collis had always been cautious and conscientious. She did all sorts of research, probing, and testing on Tiamat in an attempt to find out what weaknesses she had. The heavens rewarded those who worked hard. Collis actually managed to discover the problem with Tiamat. That was, Tiamat had self-restraints. Tiamat is the creator goddess of Mesopotamia. The dragon body in front of us can be said to be the spiritual base of Tiamat after she fell and became a beast. Even so, Tiamat is still extremely powerful. However, the strange thing is, the Tiamat that we fought against wasn't as powerful as we thought. Wu-Ming voiced out the strange that Collis mentioned. That's right, Master. When Tiamat fought against us, she didn't display much power. This is the strangest thing. Even without Wu-Ming, the current Tiamat wasn't undefeatable or despairing to Gudazi and the others. That was, Tiamat didn't have an overwhelming and decisive ability. This wasn't something that a creator goddess should have. The only ability that Tiamat still had was the Sea of Life. However, it could even block Nabistin's fang for a while. It couldn't be considered an overwhelming ability. The Sea of Life couldn't even compare to Wu Ming's Hegemon's Halo. At the very least, the Hegemon's Halo could instantly destroy the black mud on the ground, while the Sea of Life couldn't instantly flood the ground. However, even if Tiamat has self-restraints, we can't do anything to her. Wu Ming was not facing the problem of weakening Tiamat, but the problem of not being able to stop Tiamat. Wu Ming wasn't afraid of Tiamat, who didn't have overwhelming power, but he couldn't defeat Tiamat or stop Tiamat's actions. Tiamat's Sea of Life covered the entire Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean. If they did not destroy it completely, there was no way to defeat Tiamat. This was what Wu Ming couldn't do to Tiamat. The reason why Tiamat couldn't do anything to Wu Ming was because Tiamat didn't have any overwhelming moves. "No, Master, you conceal Tiamat," Collis suggested to Wu Ming. Collis was an artificial spirit that supported the top magic attire. When it was first created, it had extremely high intelligence and could deal with all kinds of situations. Later on, Kelly became Wu Ming's noble artifact, and had undergone the baptism of the Origin, together with Wu Ming's main body, which made her stand out from the rest. Regardless of whether it was the magical attire's performance or the artificial elf's wisdom, she was far ahead of the rest. Since Collis was able to suggest this, the idea was feasible. "You're saying that I should use the 12 incarnations? But I can't use it in this state." Wu Ming could use it previously because the spiritual base of human evil wasn't completed, so it left behind a self-protection mechanism. Now that human evil's spiritual base was completed, Wu Ming's original abilities were temporarily lost. After all, this was a human evil spiritual base that was transformed from the corpse of the three-headed demonic dragon, Az Darkahar. To activate this spiritual base, it even required the trinity of Wu Ming, Enkidu, and Collis. Although this spiritual base was unprecedentedly powerful, there were also many disadvantages. Wu Ming's inability to use his own abilities was one of them. This spiritual base was considered a complete product in terms of strength, but in other aspects, it was still considered a half-finished product. It could be modified in the future, but now wasn't the time to do so. "Master, this spiritual base contains a sovereign sun and 2 simulated star maps. They can be used by you." When Collis said that, Wu Ming couldn't help but be stunned. "Of course, I know that Az Darkahar has a Vesta, but whether it can be used on Tiamat is another matter." The three-headed demonic dragon, fire worship sect, came from Mesopotamia. The Avesta's user was a three-headed demonic dragon, so it couldn't be used on humans or fire worship sect's abilities. The former was because this was the final trial for humans, while the latter was because of homology. Although Tiamat wasn't a god that belonged to fire worship sect directly, fire worship sect's roots were still in Mesopotamia. The box garden world was particular about inheritance. Mesopotamia and fire worship sect had deep connections, so this ability might not be used. Moreover, Avesta didn't have the sealing effect. Also, you said that there are additional simulated star maps in Az Darkahar's body? Wu Ming was a little moved. Having a simulated star map was a great fortune for anyone, but Az Darkahar had too. How could Wu Ming not be moved? It was normal that Wu Ming didn't know about Az Darkahar's gift. When Az Darkahar's spirit had died, Wu Ming had placed his body in the gift card and returned to the root for Collis to transform. Because his physical body was still alive, the power that existed in Az Darkahar's body wouldn't be like when Silent killed Maxwell, which resulted in a falling object. Only the tyrant's halo was used by Az Darkahar in front of Wu Ming. As for Avesta, Az Darkahar didn't even have time to use it before it was sealed by Wu Ming's golden sword. Wu Ming had heard about Avesta's specific effects from Galgi. "Forget it. Collis, control the body. Enron, help me. I'll go inside and take a look." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Master Hunryong." After Wu Ming finished speaking, the middle head of the three-headed demonic dragon drooped down as if it had lost its soul. After that, The three-headed demonic dragon's entire body was controlled by Kolis, with Enkidu assisting from the side. The three-headed demonic dragon once again gathered the tyrant's halo in its mouth. Even if it couldn't kill Tiamat, it had to constantly interfere. Tiamat, on the other hand, let out a sorrowful and angry song. On the surface of the Sea of Life, something seemed to have appeared and began to shake. Inside the spirit base. When Wu Ming said to take a look inside, he meant to go to the depths of the spirit base to take a look. The three-headed demonic dragon was a trinity, and Wu Ming, who was one of them, could naturally do this easily. Wu Ming, who had turned into a ball of consciousness, came to the interior of the spirit base. In front of Wu Ming, there were 3 balls of light. 2 of them emitted the starry light of the universe, while the remaining one emitted the light of the sun. There was no doubt that this was a sun sovereignty and 2 simulated star map creation. Wu Ming reached out his hand to one of the simulated star map creation and immediately sensed the effect and name of this simulated star map creation. Is this Avesta? Wu Ming's hand separated from the ball of light and no longer cared about it. Then, the remaining 2 are the sun sovereignty and the additional simulated star map creation that Kolis mentioned. Wu Ming placed his 2 hands on the balls of light without hesitation. In an instant, the information of the sun sovereignty and simulated star map creation was transmitted to Wu Ming's mind. Dragon's sun sovereignty and simulated star map creation. Virtual star times Tai Sui. Chapter 1031. This simulated star map is interesting. Wu Ming showed a thoughtful expression. When Az Darkahar had fought with Wu Ming, he had only used the new ability that he had obtained after assimilating with the Black Origin mud. He had not used any of his original abilities. Even if he had used it, he had only used the Hegemon's halo. Wu Ming had thought that Az Darkahar had underestimated his opponent. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The reason why Az Darkahar had not used his own abilities was because those abilities would not have any effect on Wu Ming. Az Darkahar had 2 powerful gifts. One was the simulated star map, Avesta, and the other was the Hegemon's halo, Kvarana. The former made Az Darkahar invincible in the box world, while the latter was Az Darkahar's signature. Possessing the former was enough for Az Darkahar. What the strong possessed was not some flashy ability, but the ability to defeat the enemy. Eating the world with a single move also existed. However, there were times when one trick to eat everything did not work. For example, Az Darkahar and Tiamat. The reason why Az Darkahar had the dragon's sun sovereignty and the simulated star map, virtual star Tai Sui, was because Az Darkahar had naturally fused with his body when he broke the seal. That's right. Just like the no-name flag was one of the items that broke the seal, these 2 items were items that sealed Az Darkahar. The dragon's sun sovereignty only had the effect of strengthening the spirit core. However, every simulated star map had restrictions. Coincidentally, virtual star Tai Sui's restrictions prevented Az Darkahar from using it. Avesta was also useless against Wu Ming because Az Darkahar couldn't absorb, cancel, or borrow the power of the origin. It could only use its new ability after combining with the Black Origin mud to deal with Wu Ming. This was why Az Darkahar didn't use its own ability. It was the same for Tiamat. The Sea of Life could be said to be the bane of all things, but after fusing with the Black Origin mud, Wu Ming developed a resistance, because Wu Ming and the Black Origin mud were of the same origin. In addition, Tiamat had sealed herself, causing Tiamat to be unable to take down Wu Ming. Wu Ming was also facing the same problem at this moment. The ability of the Trinity as Daka, one of the 7 great human evils, was also unable to destroy Tiamat. Therefore, when one move was no longer fresh and could no longer dominate the world, a new move was needed. And Kolis found a new move for Wu Ming, which was the illusory star Tai Sui. Through the contact of his arm with the ball of light, Wu Ming also learned of the illusory star Tai Sui's ability. It ignored all conditions and forcefully sealed natural gods and star spirits. This was the ability of the illusory star Tai Sui. And Tiamat happened to be a natural god. This was the method that Kolis had mentioned to seal Tiamat. After Kolis's adjustment, the dragon's sun sovereignty and the simulated star map illusory star Taisui in Az Darkaha's body had completely become this spiritual basis item, or rather, its ability. Therefore, Wu Ming could ignore the restrictions of the illusory star Taisui and use it directly. Then, let's begin. After Wu Ming finished speaking, the ball of light that his right hand touched emitted a huge amount of starlight, which instantly enveloped Wu Ming's consciousness. In the outside world, the three-headed demonic dragon controlled by Collis was hunting down Tiamat's the 11 sons. That's right, the 11 sons of Tiamat were born from the Sea of Life again, and in terms of strength, they were even stronger than the previous 11. However, it was all in vain. One after another, the demonic beasts were killed by the three-headed demonic dragon. Sun-like flames shot out from the Sun Lion's mouth and attacked the three-headed demonic dragon. The pure white three-headed demonic dragon threw away the corpse of the demonic beast that had died long ago. It then clawed at the fire of the sun, causing it to explode. Following that, the three-headed demonic dragon gathered the flames and flashes that had once destroyed 1/3 of the world in its mouth and engulfed the lion. The sky had become dark at some point, and the storm carried a tornado that swept toward the three-headed demonic dragon like a petrel. The three-headed demonic dragon spread its shadow wings, which turned into a curtain that covered the sky and directly cut the tornado in half. However, the curtain did not stop. As if it had a life of its own, it directly slashed at the dark mass in the sky and instantly cut it in half. The last two demonic beasts, Yuha and Mdablutu, were eliminated. At this point, the 11 newborn demonic beasts were all killed by the three-headed demonic dragon. However, when the three-headed demonic dragon was eliminating the 11 sons, Tiamat was not idle. Another strange song was heard. Suddenly, the entire Sea of Life was in a riot as if it was boiling. In the next second, the 11 sons reappeared from the Sea of Life. No, not only 11 demonic beasts, but more and more demonic beasts emerged from the Sea of Life. Moreover, all of them had the same strength as the 11 sons. Without a doubt, this move was the product of the fusion of Tiamat and the Black Origin Mud. It was impossible for Tiamat alone to give birth to so many powerful demonic beasts in such a short time. Among them, the most numerous and the most powerful was the winged Ramu. When Wu Ming controlled the three-headed demonic dragon, he used the tyrant's halo to clean up the Black Origin Mud on the land. At the same time, he also cleaned up the Ramu and the few mermaid Karuru that were scattered all over the land. There were no longer any demonic beasts on the land, except for the sea. Any one of these demonic beasts had the strength to rival or even defeat goddesses such as Ishtar, Quizard, and Ereshkigal. Looking at the number of demonic beasts, if all of them swarmed up, the entire Mesopotamia would probably be destroyed quickly. The Uruk's protective shield would definitely not be able to protect them. However, the three-headed demonic dragon did not panic when it saw this scene. The chain wrapped around the right head extended and the tip of the chain gently scratched the huge dragon's body. PFFF. The three-headed demonic dragon's body was sliced open like a hot knife through butter. A sizable wound was cut open, and fresh blood spilled out as if it was free of charge. The spilled blood did not fall into the Sea of Life. Instead, it turned into white figures with small shadow wings and flew into the air. They were miniature versions of Az Darkaha. Az Darkaha's innate ability was that its blood could turn into a two-headed dragon with god-level strength. This spiritual base was based on Az Darkaha's body, so it naturally included this ability. Moreover, it was an upgraded version. The blood didn't transform into a two-headed dragon, but a miniature version of Az Darkaha. Roar. The miniature versions of Az Darkaha let out a huge roar that was different from their tiny bodies. They rushed towards the demonic beasts that were several times or even dozens of times larger than them. The huge demonic beasts that emerged from Tiamat's Sea of Life also met the miniature versions of Az Darkaha. At this moment, the head in the middle of the three-headed demonic dragon seemed to come back to its senses and became energetic. Chapter 1032. Master, you're back. As soon as Wu Ming returned, Collis relinquished control of the body to Wu Ming. I've come into contact with the illusory star Taisui's ability, and I can activate it at any time. As Wu Ming spoke, He observed the current battlefield and couldn't help but frown. The reason was naturally because of the current situation. Firstly, the number of magical beasts that Tiamat gave birth to shocked Wu Ming. Secondly, the three-headed dragon army couldn't defeat the magical beast army and was now retreating. As the number of winged Ramu was the highest, both sides were basically fighting in the air, and only a small number of them were fighting on the sea. Whether it was on the sea or in the sky, the three-headed dragon army was retreating. It couldn't be helped. In terms of individual strength, the magical beasts that Tiamat gave birth to were much stronger than the three-headed dragon formed from the three-headed dragon's blood. Even if these three-headed dragons could continue to divide their blood, each individual that was split was weaker than its superior individual. This was the main reason for the phenomenon of them retreating. Wu Ming immediately had the thought of I can't delay any longer. Illusory star Tai Sui activate. Wu Ming didn't need to follow the rules to activate the simulated star map, so he only needed to shout or even think about it to activate it. The majestic voice from the three-headed dragon's body was transmitted to the void. All the three-headed dragons and magical beasts that were fighting to the death, including Tiamat, were stunned. The former was due to the deterrence of Wu Ming's voice, while the latter was purely due to fear. In the next second, a cluster of light that emitted a cosmic starlight emerged from the three-headed dragon's body. The petite size of the cluster of light created a sense of contrast with the three-headed dragon's huge body. However, the threat that the cluster of light brought to Tiamat was far greater than that of the three-headed dragon. A sound wave that was more powerful than before materialized and attacked the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon army and magical beast army that were in the path of the sound wave attack were all shattered into powder by the sound wave. Faced with Tiamat's move that was different from the past, Wu Ming became serious. The three-headed demon dragon opened its mouth, and a beam of light belonging to the tyrant's halo enveloped the incoming sound wave, instantly extinguishing the sound wave's follow-up attack. It was a flash of starlight, shot out from Tiamat's eyes of the stars, hidden behind the sound wave. It seemed that Tiamat was also anxious. Wu Ming didn't waste any more time and had Shu Xing Tai Sui take action. You are no longer needed here, primordial goddess of creation. Leave this world that no longer belongs to you. In front of Wu Ming, Void Star Tai Sui's sphere of light fell into the sea of life, and Tiamat's enormous body stopped moving. Tiamat seemed to let out a final cry. In the next second, Tiamat's huge body turned into black mud and merged into the sea. The magical beasts that were born in the Sea of Life were also turned into black mud and fell into the sea. The dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed, and the sun had completely sunk into the west. Night had fallen. In the central region of Mesopotamia, in the fortress city of Uruk, it was night time. At this moment, a circle of lights surrounded the Uruk. The Uruk city was also brightly lit. People were celebrating. In order to celebrate the end of the world, Gilgamesh ordered the soldiers to set up a venue in the Uruk city and even outside the Uruk city for people to dance, eat, and thank the gods. The reason why the venue was set up outside the Uruk city was because the Uruk city was not enough to accommodate everyone's celebration. After all the humans in the Mesopotamia region were gathered in the Uruk city at this time. In the current season, the night was not cold. In addition, the outside of the Uruk had been purified by the sea of black mud. The magical beasts had completely disappeared, and there was no need to worry about being attacked. In the divine tower, Gudazi and the others gathered together to enjoy the fruits of victory after the end of the world. However, because the outside of the Uruk had been affected by the sea of black mud, there were very few pastures and farms, and there was a shortage of food. Only a few pastures and farms in the north of the Uruk were still intact. However, this did not change the fact that there was a shortage of resources. Therefore, Gudazi and the others, as well as the Uruk people outside the Divine Tower, did not have much food to enjoy. The pastures and farms had to be reserved for grain, cattle, and sheep in order to prepare for the future life of the humans in Mesopotamia. Therefore, the people were just immersed in the atmosphere of surviving the disaster. At most, they would dance and eat very little. Of course, this included Gudazi and the others. In the center of a large room in the Divine Tower, a large dining table was placed there. Gudazi and the others sat around the table and tasted good wine. Although there was not much food, Gilgamesh could still provide drinks for Gudazi and the others to drink freely. Of course, Gudazi, Matthew, Mayu, and Anna were drinking drinks and not wine. The leopard man and Fen Barber were playing in an open space at the side. Enkidu, who was worried about Fen Barber, was paying attention to Fen Barber while having a conversation with Gilgamesh that he had not had for many years. Although Gilgamesh was more or less not used to the fact that his close friend had a gender, a close friend was still a close friend. This would not change. Zhuge Kongming and Leonidas I sighed at the sweet and mellow taste of the wine in their hands. Nuwakimaru, who was beside them, was drinking alone as if he was mourning for Musasp Benkei. Quizzard and Ishtar clinked their glasses. Ishtar also poured a glass of wine for the absent-minded Ereshkigal, which gave Ereshkigal a fright. It was only after Mayu, who was beside her, said something to Ereshkigal that Ereshkigal calmed down. Matthew and Gudazi gently tasted the drinks that Gilgamesh brought out. Gudazi, who was beside Anna, was also tasting the delicious drink because of Merlin's harassment. She had to pretend that she did not care about the delicious drink. Everyone was immersed in the celebration dinner of Tiamat being defeated by Wuming, but because Wuming was not present, many people were more or less absent-minded. For example, Mayu, Ereshkigal, Anna, Gudazi, and Matthew. However, Wuming was not dead, he was not there. What the hell is holding Assassin back? Gudazi and Matthew chatted and complained softly. However, everyone present was a servant, and Gudazi's soft complaint was equivalent to speaking directly in their ears. That, I also want to know. After Ereshkigal spoke weakly, Mayu, who was beside her, looked a little shaken, and Anna's eyes also drifted. Gudazi and Ereshkigal's questions attracted everyone's attention, except for the leopard man. Ishtar looked at Ereshkigal, who became absent-minded again, and shook her head helplessly. Didn't Golden Sparkle say that Hunryong is now implementing the follow-up work on Tiamat on the coast of the Persian Gulf? He will be here in a while. You guys don't seem to see that guy. Did he take your souls away or something? Ishtar's criticism made Ereshkigal's face turn red. She naturally knew that Gilgamesh said that Wuming was on the Persian Gulf, but Wuming was not there. Not only her, but Gudazi and the others also couldn't help but be absent-minded. And Ereshkigal had a feeling that Ishtar was actually worried about Wuming, but she didn't directly show it. Therefore, Ereshkigal and Ishtar quarreled again. What does it have to do with you that I care about him? You greedy goddess, do you want to take away other people's thoughts? What did you say? You despicable guy. At that moment, Ishtar also became angry and stared at Ereshkigal. Seeing this, Gudazi no longer expected to get any information from the sisters, and then turned to look at Enkidu. Seeing Gudazi looking at him, Enkidu showed a warm smile to Gudazi. Don't worry, Sir Wuming is indeed dealing with some aftermath matters. He will be back soon. On the coast of the Persian Gulf, Wuming, who had already returned to his human form from the three-headed demonic dragon, was sitting on the collapsed observatory with a light ball in his hand. His eyes were closed as if he was immersed in it. The dragon horn headdress on his head was dutifully guarding Wuming. Unfortunately, there was no danger around at this time. Chapter 1033. Ever since the void star Taisway sealed the entire sea of life that represented Tiamat, the Persian Gulf and even the Indian Ocean returned to their original ocean state. Other than the fact that no living creatures could be seen, the ocean at this moment was no different from before. After that, Wuming also removed the three-headed demonic dragon state, but the spiritual base of human evil still existed. After all, the transformation of the spiritual base was basically complete, and it could not be changed back even if he wanted to. However, there was one thing to note. Wuming could not recreate the three-headed demonic dragon's body with Enkidu and Collis for the time being. After all, the three-headed demonic dragon's human evil spiritual base was only possible because of the blessings of Tiamat, the first Hassan, and Fen Barber, who had temporarily obtained the title of Crown Rider. Now that Tiamat was sealed, and the first Hassan had left after the crisis was over, the Crown Rider on Fen Barber had also disappeared. Naturally, the three-headed demonic dragon's form could not be maintained. In other words, it was already a miracle that Wu Ming could still exist with this spiritual base at this moment. Now that the connection had collapsed, it should have been forced to leave this world. It could only be said that it was convenient to have someone at the top. The reason why Wu Ming was sitting here was because the Void Star Tai Sui had sealed Tiamat's light ball. Because the spiritual base of Wu Ming's human evil was still there, the Void Star Tai Sui would not disappear, and the sealed light ball would not dissipate. The reason why Wu Ming was sitting here and sealing the light ball was actually that he was trying to take out the black mud that had fused with the Sea of Life. After all, the existence that had fused with the black mud would naturally be hostile to Wu Ming, and Wu Ming could not sit idly by and do nothing about the black mud. In addition, the foundation of human evil was the love for other humans. No matter what, Wu Ming still had sympathy for Tiamat. Especially after Wu Ming studied the light ball and came into contact with Tiamat's will for a while. It really makes people sigh. Wu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He had no way of completely removing the black soil from Tiamat's Sea of Life. This could only be done after he returned to the Great Origin. During this time, Wu Ming felt Tiamat's thoughts. I miss the children. I want to come into contact with the children. I want the children to return to my arms, but I'm afraid of bringing harm to the children. This was Tiamat's extremely simple thinking. Wu Ming could use his origin power to kill Tiamat the same way he had killed Az Darkahar, but Wu Ming couldn't bring himself to do it. Aziz Darkahar's evil was because he wanted justice to stand on his corpse, while Tiamat's evil was simply a mother's instinct to care for her child who had abandoned her, as well as the world that did not need her. And this mother was also afraid that she would harm her child. Otherwise, she would not have placed a self-seal on herself. Tiamat had only been chosen to become a bug in the human system. This bug had to be fixed in order for the system called humans to continue. And this bug had been created by using the love for humans. Fixing the false love that had been forced to become was a little cruel in Wu Ming's eyes. Aziz Darkahar had already died at Wu Ming's hands. Wu Ming did not want another existence similar to Aziz Darkahar to follow in his footsteps. However, it was obviously impossible to let Tiamat go just like that. Fortunately, I have the illusory star Tai Sui. If not for this, I'm afraid it would have reached a point where only one of us could live. Ignoring all conditions to seal a natural god, although the target audience was small, the effect was unexpectedly powerful. If not for this, it was hard to say who would die in the end. Wu Ming felt a headache at the thought of so many powerful magical beasts that had been born from the Sea of Life. And fortunately, those magical beasts were formed from the black soil in the Sea of Life. They were also a part of Tiamat. Otherwise, Wu Ming would not have a good way to deal with so many magical beasts at once. And if the time was delayed, who knew how many magical beasts Tiamat could give birth to? The Sea of Life was so big, and Tiamat had the support of the black soil. Who knew what would happen in the end? Therefore, this was why Wu Ming believed that the outcome was still uncertain. In any case, let's bring Tiamat back to the root of life first. Once they returned to the root of life, there would definitely be a way. After all, the root of life was the source of miracles, and Wu Ming was a god inside. Wu Ming shook his head and rested for a while. After relieving his fatigue, he merged the ball of light into his body and stood up. Wu Ming looked at the position of the stars in the sky and estimated the time. At this time, Tachika and the others probably haven't finished their banquet. I should still be able to make it, probably. If not for the last 2 words. But Wu Ming knew that the Uruk was short of resources at the moment, so he did not expect to be able to eat delicious food. Let's go join in the fun. Wu Ming turned around, and his body disappeared into the portal that had opened at some point in time. Then, the portal closed. On the coast of the Persian Gulf, there was only the night wind blowing the waves and hitting the rocks in boredom. Uruk. Although the Uruk was still brightly lit, most people had collapsed on the ground. Don't get me wrong, they were asleep. They reeked of alcohol, and even some children were no exception. But only a few children reeked of alcohol. This was the scene that Wu Ming sensed when he walked out of the portal that appeared in the sky. Gil really put in a lot of effort this time. I'm afraid the Uruk has run out of alcohol. Alcohol could not replace food, and the people who listened to the king did not drink because of the influence of the apocalypse. So, there was still a lot of alcohol left in the Uruk. There was not much food, so they drank, sang, and danced. This was how the Uruk citizens celebrated tonight. And because the tense minds were relaxed, there were many people who had fallen asleep in and out of the brightly lit Uruk. By the way, most children just fell asleep after relaxing their minds. There were not many children who secretly drank. Although this era was thousands of years away from the modern era, Gilgamesh still protected the children well. After all, children were the future of mankind. No longer paying attention to the scene inside and outside the Uruk, Wu Ming flew straight to the god tower. Anyway, the night was not cold in this season, and there were no beasts outside. Let them sleep. At most, they would have a stiff neck because of the wrong sleeping posture when they woke up the next day. After entering the god tower, Wu Ming went directly to the room where Gudazi and the others held the banquet. In the corridor near the door, Wu Ming met Sidui. Sidui, haven't you gone to rest yet? When Gilgamesh was slacking, Sidui was the manager. After all, the Uruk citizens couldn't hold a banquet without a manager. Otherwise, it would really be chaotic. Seeing that it was Wu Ming, Sidui bowed first. I'm not tired, Master Hun Ryong. Have you finished your work? As an insider, Sidui naturally knew from Gilgamesh and Enkidu that Wu Ming had something to do in the Persian Gulf and hadn't returned yet. Yes, I've finished my work. I came back to see if I can make it in time for the banquet. Immediately, Sidui smiled. You're late. Master Hun Ryong, Master Ishtar, and the others have all left. Miss Tachika and Miss Matthew are also asleep at the table. I just met Master Enkidu and asked me to send a towel over. Sidui said and raised a piece of white cloth in her hand. It was a wool towel that could be used to cover the body. Even if it was not cold at night, Enkidu was still very caring. Wu Ming nodded as if he understood, then reached out and took the towel in Sidui's hand. Then I'll send it over. Ignoring Ishtar and the other goddesses and Enkidu, he was going to see Gudazi and Matthew first. Oh right, Sidui, go and rest now. Immediately, this is the will of the gods. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he directly left. In response, Sidui smiled. Master Hun Ryong is really just like Master Enkidu, gentle. Chapter 1034. Wu Ming had seen how hard Sidui had worked during this period of time. She was not much more relaxed than Gilgamesh. At this time, how could Wu Ming allow Sidui to continue working? However, with Sidui's character, it was certainly impossible for her to rest by herself, so Wu Ming could only order her. He walked quietly into the room where Gudazi and others were gathered. At this moment, the room was exuding the aroma of good wine. There was no doubt that this was Gilgamesh's collection of good wine. Wu Ming even suspected at this moment that Gudazi and others fell asleep because of the smell of wine. As soon as he entered the room, Wu Ming saw Gudazi and Matthew sleeping soundly on the table. The others were nowhere to be seen. Ishtar and the others must have left on their own, and someone like Leonidas I, who got drunk easily, must have been carried away by them. In addition to Gudazi and Matthew, who were lying on the table, Gilgamesh was looking at the brightly lit Uruk by the window with his hands on his chest. Oh Tilda Hun Ryong, you're finally here. Gilgamesh looked back at Wu Ming. I thought I could make it in time for the banquet, but it seems that I'm late. He walked quietly to Gudazi and Matthew, covered them with a thin towel, and then Wu Ming walked to Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh set up runes around Gudazi and Matthew, so he didn't have to worry about disturbing Gudazi and Matthew. There wasn't much food, but this king left some good wine for you. Gilgamesh showed a king's smile, and then golden ripples appeared from his body. 2 golden wine cups and a golden wine jug emerged from it. Gilgamesh held the golden wine jug, poured it into 2 golden goblets, and then threw one of them to Wu Ming. The wine cup flew lightly to Wu Ming as if it had a life of its own. Wu Ming didn't use much strength and easily caught it, then drank it in one gulp. Although this wine is delicious, it's not to my taste. Wu Ming threw the empty wine cup away, and the golden wine cup turned into golden particles and dissipated. This king is the same. Gilgamesh also drank it without caring about his image, and like Wu Ming, he threw the golden wine cup and golden wine jug aside, letting them turn into golden particles and return to the king's treasure. No matter how sweet the wine created by the gods is, it is still an existence that this king and humanity must abandon. This was the reason why it was not to his taste. Without responding to Gilgamesh's words, Wu-Ming walked to Gilgamesh's side. With his back facing Gilgamesh, Wu-Ming stood in front of the window and looked at the starry sky. The Uruk people survived, and you are still alive. The Sumer dynasty can continue, and human civilization can continue. When Wu-Ming took away Tiamat, who was sealed in the illusory star Taisui, this singularity would also be repaired and return to the right track. What Wu-Ming meant was that it was time for him to leave. After all, his purpose was to help Gudazi and Matthew repair the singularity, and to make up for Wu-Ming's regret of leaving Mesopotamia. Whether it was the Gilgamesh of that world, or Wu-Ming, who took care of Gilgamesh's childhood, was already half a father to Gilgamesh. I know you won't forget what happened here, and I also know you know very well that the Gilgamesh I am familiar with is the queen. Although because of the suppression force, Uruk-Hun-Ryong existed in every parallel world, and there was a story between Gilgamesh and Hun-Ryong, it was impossible for Gilgamesh not to notice this. After all, the stories created by different genders could not be exactly the same. This was for sure. Of course. Gilgamesh, who turned around, nodded without hesitation. After all, the Hun-Ryong this king is familiar with can be said to be a woman. You can't be the one this king is familiar with. Wu-Ming was shocked. It must be the doing of the two suppression forces. Did it have to be so exciting? Ha 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 tilde this king is joking. It's so nice to see your face tilde Gilgamesh patted Hun-Ryong's shoulder as if his scheme succeeded, and he laughed very happily. However, not long after, Gilgamesh stopped laughing. But this king is really happy to see you. After patting Wu-Ming's shoulder again, Gilgamesh left the room. At this moment, only Wu-Ming, who was looking at the night sky, and the sleeping Gudazi and Matthew were left in the room. Me too, Gil. As for what Gilgamesh said about Hun-Ryong in this parallel world being a woman, it was unknown whether Gilgamesh was joking or not. Early the next morning, Gudazi woke up groggily and found herself lying on the bed in her and Matthew's room in the Chaldean embassy, and Matthew was lying next to her. Hey! Hey hey hey! As if she thought of something terrible, Gudazi's face turned red, and she screamed in horror. What happened, Senior? Matthew had a conditioned reflex because of Gudazi's scream. He suddenly woke up from his sleep and sat up. No, nothing, I just woke up and had a nightmare. Gudazi was silently relieved. After all, she found that the clothes she was wearing did not change. It seemed that someone sent her and Matthew back here and put them directly on the bed. Suddenly, a voice came from the corner. Are you awake, Tachika, Matthew? Gudazi and Matthew looked and found that it was Wu-Ming. Assassin? Did you send me and Matthew back? Gudazi guessed. Wu-Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, nodded. Seeing that you were sleeping soundly, I didn't wake you up. Instead, I sent you back here. Wu-Ming pointed to the bed where Gudazi and Matthew were, and then pointed to the corner where he was, and then continued to speak. I didn't know where to go, so I just stayed. But don't worry, I didn't stare at your sleeping faces the whole night. Wu-Ming smiled. However, the more Wu-Ming said this, the more embarrassed Gudazi and Matthew felt. Then, I'll go down first. Gudazi immediately got up from the bed and walked out of the room. Senior Villo, I'm a little worried about you, I'll go downstairs and take a look. Then Matthew also left with a blushing face. In this regard, Wu-Ming smiled. Gudazi and Matthew were really quite cute. By the way, last night, Wu-Ming did not stay because he had nowhere to go, nor did he stay to see Gudazi and Matthew's sleeping faces. The reason why Wu-Ming stayed in Gudazi and Matthew's room was because Roman contacted Wu-Ming through Gudazi's bracelet last night. Chapter 1035. Last night, after Gilgamesh left, Wu-Ming also left not long after. However, Wu-Ming left with Gudazi and Matthew. The method was simple. Whether it was using magic or mental power, Wu-Ming could take the two away without waking them up. After returning to the Chaldean embassy, Wu Ming saw Merlin, who was secretly eating at the table on the first floor. After chatting with Merlin for a while, Wu Ming took Gudazi and Matthew upstairs. By the time the two of them had settled down, it was already the latter half of the night. Just as Wu Ming was about to leave to find a place to rest, Gudazi's wristband rang. Hyun Ryong, no, the root dragon, I have something to talk to you about. Roman was someone who knew Wu Ming's true identity, and Wu Ming also knew Roman's true identity. And Roman came to Wu Ming so mysteriously at this time, and even addressed Wu Ming as the root dragon. It seemed that there was something big going on. Less than 20 employees of Chaldea have gone to rest. The director and her followers are still maintaining the Holy Grail and will not let Chaldea contact the outside world. Da Vinci has also returned to his workshop. Tachika and Matthew are also asleep, so Roman came to contact Wu Ming when no one else was around. Obviously, he must have something important to say. Are you feeling uneasy about the enemy who burned humanity? Wu Ming asked casually. On Chaldea's side, Roman fell silent. It was obvious that he did not expect Wu Ming to tell the truth. It was not difficult to guess. Roman came to Wu Ming secretly because he did not want others to know. Only secrets must be kept. And there was indeed a secret between Roman and Wu Ming. That was, Wu Ming and Roman knew each other's true identities. And this involved the mastermind behind the burning of humanity. After all, Jisha and Roman were inextricably linked. So, Roman came to Wu Ming because of Jisha. No, to Roman, it was because of the mastermind behind the scenes, the fake Solomon. After all, Wu Ming did not tell Roman that the fake Solomon was the tactic Jisha created by Solomon. I don't know why, but I keep feeling uneasy. I know you know the enemy's situation very well. Can you tell me? Roman did not know the details of the enemy. Wu Ming did not tell him, and he only saw a hint of danger before he gave up his power. However, I refuse. Wu Ming refused without thinking. Wait a minute, why? Even Roman could hear Wu Ming's perfunctory tone. The reason is simple. Wu Ming found a stool and sat on the bed where Gudazi and Matthew were. He chatted with Gudazi's wristband. Although it was a little strange to chat with someone who was sleeping soundly. Anyway, there was magic on Gudazi and Matthew. He did not have to worry about waking up Gudazi and Matthew. You're now a human, Roman Akron. You're no longer any powerful existence. You don't have the ability to save everything. You've been like this since you became a human. You're just an ordinary medical staff. Wu Ming did not know if Roman had a trump card. Even if he did, it was uncertain whether it would be effective against Jisha, who had the black soil. And there was one more thing. Roman was a human at the moment, and he was a human who was not as good as Gudazi. The matter of defeating the mastermind behind the scenes was not his responsibility. He was qualified to take back the future of mankind as a human. However, he could only do it as a human. As a human, he did not have the power to do it. This was the price he had to pay for giving up all his power to become a human, even if he had seen the crisis of mankind on the eve of giving up his power. In a sense, this was what he deserved. If it's you, you should understand one thing. Everyone has to admit the consequences of their decisions, whether the consequences are good or bad. So, you just have to be an honest medical staff. Roman, who heard this sentence, was sitting on a special sofa in Chaldea. He pressed one hand on the other hand as if he was touching something under the glove. Roman's expression was a little lonely. But, that's enough from you, once King Solomon. Wu Ming instantly interrupted Roman's words and also revealed Roman's true identity. That's right, Roman was King Solomon. He was the follower of the former director, Meris Billy Animusfire, who participated in the Winterwood Holy Grail War 10 years ago. After winning the Holy Grail War, he became an ordinary human by making a wish. On the eve of losing all his power and becoming a human, he used his clairvoyance to see the burning of humanity. However, because he was powerless, he could only desperately learn in an attempt to use the identity of a human to save the future. That was why he, the real one, thought that the guy who called himself Solomon was a fake. He was also almost suspected by Gudazi and the others because he helped Solomon to explain. You want to be an ordinary person and also want to save the world. How can there be such a good thing in the world? I'm afraid you're a little whimsical. Wu Ming mocked mercilessly. Moreover, this is the result of your own choice. You can't regret it. You have to face it, and admit it. Don't worry about it, and don't try to stop it. You have to know that if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, and you're just an ordinary human now. After that, Roman's rather weak voice came from Gudazi's bracelet. No, that. Didn't I say that if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up? What are you, an ordinary human, worrying about? Roman was frightened by Wu Ming's reprimand and didn't dare to speak. Wu Ming picked his ears as if he was bored. He spoke as if he made the final decision for Roman. In short, your mission is to help Tachika save humanity, heal Matthew's broken body, assist Olga Marie in managing Chaldea, and leave the rest to me. After all, Wu Ming was partly responsible for Jisha's mutation. He couldn't leave the black mud alone. He also had to take responsibility for what the black mud caused. However, the difference between Wu Ming and Roman was that Wu Ming had the ability to solve all of this, and Roman didn't have such ability. Actually, I just wanted to say that my trump card can't be called a trump card 100%. Plus, I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling, so I wanted to ask you to help me. Roman in Chaldea loosened his crossed hands and smiled awkwardly. Wu Ming, who was in a different time and space from Roman, narrowed his eyes helplessly. He looked like a dead fish. If I knew you were so open-minded, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to you. That was the meaning in Wu Ming's eyes. Therefore, Wu Ming with dead fish eyes found a corner and sat up, no longer paying attention to Roman. Only Roman's calls echoed in the room until he was almost discovered by the Chaldea personnel who woke up in the night. As for Wu Ming, he sat there until daybreak. That was what happened last night. Wu Ming looked at the door where Gudazi and Matthew left, then he stood up and walked out. In fact, although Wu Ming and Roman's conversation was very casual, Wu Ming also had thoughts and speculations. Wu Ming believed that Jisha might have become stronger. Chapter 1036. Roman didn't know that the so-called mastermind behind the scenes was actually Gaia, the magic technique he had developed himself. However, the guy who claimed to be Solomon, who appeared at the London Singularity, was indeed himself. Therefore, in Roman's opinion, the enemy was likely to simply control his corpse and impersonate Solomon. Therefore, no matter how powerful Roman's trump card was, it could only target his controlled corpse and could not eliminate the mastermind behind the scenes. Therefore, Roman did not have much confidence in using his hidden means as a trump card. Under such circumstances, Roman even felt uneasy. This meant that his hidden means were probably useless, which was why he came to Wu Ming. Wu Ming had always believed in intuition, so he also had a certain degree of trust in the intuition of others. What did Roman's worry mean? Roman did not know who the enemy was, but Wu Ming knew very well. This meant that Jisha was likely to have gotten rid of the restrictions of Roman's hidden means, and there was no doubt that Jisha had become stronger. Although Wu Ming was not afraid of Jisha, this information was indispensable to Wu Ming. In short, he would deal with whatever came his way. He bid farewell to everyone first and returned to the route. Not long after, Wu Ming also went downstairs. After going downstairs, what entered Wu Ming's eyes was naturally the scene of Gudazi and the others eating breakfast. At the rectangular table, Gudazi and Matthew sat on one side, while Merlin and Anna sat on the other side. The four of them had a rather bland and small breakfast. This was made by Anna. Because there was not much food, it was bland and in small quantities. Wu Ming randomly found a seat and sat next to Anna. He did not know if Gudazi and Matthew had recovered, but Wu Ming decided to sit opposite them. "You're about to leave, why don't you have a good meal?" Wu Ming then joked. "Hehe, the Uruk is quite short of food at the moment. Let's have breakfast as a memento," Gudazi answered Wu Ming with a smile, as if she was not the one blushing earlier. "I'm a little reluctant," Matthew said softly. However, Matthew's face was still slightly red. It seemed that Matthew's skin was not as thick as Gudazi's. "After all, we're integrated into the Uruk city." Merlin took a sip of the clear soup and smacked his lips. "TSK, It seems that I can't live without Uruk food, ha 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 tilde. Even if it was bland, the taste of Uruk had left a mark on Merlin's taste buds in the past 6 months. As expected of Merlin. Anna glanced at Merlin and sneered in a cold voice. After all, it's me tilde. However, Merlin seemed to have received some kind of praise and was quite pleased. Well, who could be more thick-skinned than Merlin? Anna, are you okay? Wu Ming, who had chosen to ignore Merlin, suddenly asked Anna beside him. When he chatted with Merlin last night, Wu Ming learned from Merlin that Anna had used the power of the Holy Grail to transform into Gorgon. Together with Ereshkigal, they had dealt with the 5 powerful demonic beasts that attacked the Uruk. Although Anna had now recovered her body, he was still worried about Anna's Wu Ming, so he decided to ask. I'm fine. Anna shook her head. Although Sakura Madu was in the Holy Grail that Wu Ming gave to Anna, the function of the Holy Grail still existed. Using the power of the Holy Grail to transform into Gorgon and then using the power of the Holy Grail to recover, it would not affect Anna, nor would it cause any harm to Sakura Madu in the Holy Grail. Anna put down the bowl and then took out a golden crystal from her arms. I'll give this back to you. After Anna used the Holy Grail, it became like this, but Sakura Madu was still inside. I'm a servant, I can't bring her back. That was the reason why Anna returned the Holy Grail to Wu Ming. I know, I will bring Sakura Madu back to her time. Wu Ming nodded and put away the crystal. By the way, assassin, what happened to the Holy Grail in Tiamat's body? The Holy Grail that disturbed this time was in Tiamat's body, and at this time, Tiamat was defeated by Wu Ming, so it was reasonable to say that the Holy Grail should have appeared. Matthew's face was also red, he had also forgotten about the Holy Grail. The celebration and fatigue caused everyone to not care about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail. Gudazi only remembered this matter when she saw Anna return the Holy Grail that Wu Ming gave her to Wu Ming. I sealed the Holy Grail and Tiamat together. Wu Ming said, and with one hand, a cluster of light appeared in Wu Ming's hand. These were the seals formed by the virtual star Taisui. Later, I will take away Tiamat's seal along with the Holy Grail. I can't give it to you for the time being. Wu Ming turned his hand again, and the virtual star Taisui that sealed Tiamat disappeared. This doesn't matter, we have reverse detected the location of the final enemy through the existence that tried to invade Chaldea. Roman's voice came from Gudazi's wrist. The use of the Holy Grail in Chaldea was basically to analyze and find the person who made it. When Wu Ming stored the Holy Grail that sealed Floros in Chaldea, Chaldea was almost invaded because of it. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Chaldea unexpectedly located the location of the enemy through reverse search, so there was no need for the Holy Grail. How about this, Roman? I will go explore first. Tachika will stay in Chaldea for now. Why? Gudazi looked at Wu Ming in confusion. She had passed through all 7 singularities, so why did she need to be so careful when facing the final enemy? Moreover, Gudazi couldn't bear to see Wu Ming in danger alone. Similarly, Matthew couldn't do it either. Senior Villo, I think it's better for us to go with you. Little Eggplant was rarely serious. However, Wu Ming smiled. You've misunderstood. I just need to verify something. If I go with you, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Both Gurgle and Marshu nodded their heads as if they suddenly understood. With Wu Ming's powerful strength, it was very likely that he would hurt his allies. However, Roman and Leonardo da Vinci in Chaldea noticed something. How could a strong person like Wu Ming accidentally hurt his allies? It was obvious that Wu Ming didn't want Gudazi to be in danger. But in the end, Roman agreed with Wu Ming's decision. All right then. Tachika and Matthew will go back to their rooms to rest after returning to Chaldea. We'll wait for Hunryong's notice before we act. No matter what, Gudazi wasn't as powerful as Wu Ming. She was just an ordinary person. If something happened to her, it would be over. Wu Ming nodded. After you finish eating, we'll go to the Divine Tower to bid farewell to Gil and the rest. At the same time, Wu Ming also freeloaded a meal. Chapter 1037. At the bottom of the tower, Wu Ming, Gudazi, Matthew, Merlin, Anna, Mayu, and Ereshkigal came together. The reason why Mayu and Ereshkigal came with Wuming and the others was that when everyone was in the middle of breakfast, Mayu came to the Chaldean embassy with an embarrassed look on her face. Mayu just came to Wuming, and the reason why she took Ereshkigal with her was to repay Ereshkigal for staying the night last night. She took Ereshkigal shopping with her. That's right, Wuming came back late last night, and when everyone finished the banquet, Mayu left with Ereshkigal. After knowing that Mayu was Wuming's sister, Ereshkigal was quite serious about building a small house for Mayu in the underworld. By the way, because Mayu was a servant at the moment, the underworld would not cause any harm to Mayu. Last night, Mayu and Ereshkigal slept in the underworld. At the bottom of the tower, the soldiers who went to report to Gilgamesh returned and invited everyone to enter the tower. Wuming and Mayu walked in the end because Wuming and Mayu whispered to each other. Mayu, I didn't take good care of you. How did you sleep last night? Wuming held Mayo's hand with an apologetic look on his face. First, he tried to remove the black mud that fused with Tiamat. After that, he talked to Gilgamesh and sent Gudazi and Matthew back to the Chaldean embassy. After that, he discussed with Roman. After that, he thought about the clarity from Roman's words. After all these things were done, the sky was almost bright. Sister L is very good to me. You don't have to worry about me, brother Wuming, and I'm not an insensible child. Feeling the warmth of Wuming's palm, Mayu responded to Wuming with a warm smile, indicating that she understood him. Wuming couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly remembered Mayo's problem when he was eating. Fortunately, Mayu could find him by herself. However, it was still thanks to Ereshkigal. I have to thank her later, Wuming thought as he watched Ereshkigal's back. Ereshkigal, who noticed that someone was watching her, couldn't help but blush, and her body became stiff. Ereshkigal knew who was looking at her. Only Wuming and Mayu were behind her. It was not intentional. As if it was a coincidence, Gudazi, Matthew, Anna, and Merlin took the lead, and Wuming and Mayu deliberately stayed behind, so Ereshkigal could only be in this position. Thank you for taking care of Mayu. Wuming, who walked quickly to Ereshkigal's side, thanked her. As for this name, it was a simplification of Ereshkigal. After all, Ereshkigal was a bit too long. No, it's nothing. Ereshkigal talked about her hair and waved her hand generously. Of course, it would be better if she didn't speak so nervously. You now have my divinity. The underworld can no longer restrict you. For the next period of time, you can live well on this land. This was both Wuming's gratitude to Ereshkigal and Wuming's sympathy for Ereshkigal's past. Yes, you are leaving soon. Ereshkigal, who was originally nervous, suddenly became lonely. This was the tragedy brought about by time travel. The two sides were not of the same era, and they had to be separated in the end. Humans basically prohibited or restricted the technology of time travel. This was also one of the reasons. Ereshkigal sped up and distanced herself from Wuming and Mayu. Brother Wuming, can't we meet Sister L again? At this moment, Mayu also seemed a little unhappy. Children were very emotional, especially little girls. Although Mayu had experienced life and death, it did not mean that she had adapted to it. On the contrary, Mayu was more sensitive to such things. In addition, Ereshkigal's temper and personality were very suitable for Mayo's liking. Mayu was familiar with her face, so the two got along well in this short time. For Mayo's question, Wuming smiled casually. How is it possible? When everything is solved, we can come to see your sister L again. We can even bring her to live in the modern world. For humans, time travel was a dangerous function that needed to be restricted or prohibited, but for Wuming, it was something that could be done casually. Really? That's great, brother Wuming. Mayu recovered again. Seeing Mayu become emotional, Wuming touched Mayo's head with some emotion. You have changed a lot during the time I was not around you. It seems that the contact with Ilya and others has made Mayu grow stronger. Really? Mayu herself was unaware of it. You are cuter than before Tilda. After Wuming said jokingly, he directly picked up Mayu and put her on his shoulder. Later, in Mayo's shy exclamation, Wuming dragged Mayu, who was riding on his neck, and followed most of the people in front. God's tower, between the thrones, where Gilgamesh dealt with government affairs. At this moment, the servants and gods gathered together, and unrelated people such as soldiers were ordered to leave the room by Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh put down the clay tablet in his hand and looked at the people gathered below with a smile on his face. By the way, at this time, Wu-Ming had put Mayu down from his shoulder. Is it finally time to say goodbye, everyone? Gilgamesh first glanced at the servants he summoned, and now only Nuwakamaru, Zhuge Kongming, Leonidas I, and Merlin were left. Then Gilgamesh looked at Ishtar, Quetzalcoatl, Ereshkigal, and Anna standing in the corner. In a sense, the three goddesses' alliance finally stood on the side of humans. Later, Gilgamesh looked at Wu-Ming and Enkidu standing together, and Wu-Ming's sister in modern times. His sister aside, Wu-Ming and Enkidu would certainly not stay here, they had their own things to do. Ignoring the leopard man and Fen Barber, who were hiding and playing, Gilgamesh finally looked at Gudazi and Matthew. The last master of mankind, Tachika Fujimaru, and her servant, Matthew Gilead, this king has seen your performance during this time in Uruk. Although you are still very weak, this king believes that even without the help of Hunryong and others, you can still save this era. Gilgamesh's praise made Gudazi and Matthew quite happy. After such a long time of contact and communication, Gudazi and Matthew were no longer afraid of Gilgamesh. They now sincerely admired this most ancient king. King Gilgamesh, thank you and everyone for taking care of us during this time, we will not forget you. This was a farewell. Gudazi didn't just look at Gilgamesh, she also looked at everyone around her. Tachika, especially me, you have to remember me well. Quizzard came to Gudazi and hugged Gudazi, making Matthew panic. And me, don't forget the great leopard man. No one knew when the leopard man ran over and joined in the fun. You are a master, maybe you can summon us as servants to your side. Ereshkigal's tone was quite serious. Me. Although you can't summon us deity-level servants, that's all that matters, Ishtar said mercilessly with his arms crossed. Goodbye, everyone. Anna's farewell was quite concise. In Anna's view, even if a human master couldn't summon god-level servants, there was still a chance to meet them. Lord Fujimaru, you can try to summon me next time. I will kill all your enemies for you. Nuwakamaru seemed to have walked out of the shadow of sadness, worthy of being a warrior. Me too, but remember to exercise your muscles often. At the last moment, Leonidas I took off his helmet. Exercise of the mind is the most important thing. Zhuge Kongming interjected. However, as Ryder said, we are not god-level servants. You can try to use the fate left by your contact with us during this period of time to summon us. Zhuge Kongming took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it. I know, everyone. In short, I will try to summon you. Gudazi said after getting rid of her big sister's hug. By the way, since this era is safe, will the servants stay? Matthew thought about it. When Hunryong takes Tiamat and the Holy Grail away, the servants will disappear one after another. At most, only the god-level servants will be able to hold on for a while. Merlin explained. In the end, Wu-Ming also walked in front of Gudazi and Matthew. Listen to Roman first. When you return to Chaldea, go to your personal room and rest. When I need you, I will use my means to inform Chaldea. I look forward to fighting side by side with you next time, Tachika, Matthew. Finally, after Enkidu also said goodbye to Gudazi and Matthew, Gilgamesh spoke again. In this era, the Mesopotamia of BC has been saved by Chaldea. Now, this king orders you to leave here, go to the last singularity, and destroy the final enemy, Romani. Roman, who was in Chaldea, heard Gilgamesh's last call. After responding, he immediately began to transfer Gudazi and Matthew's ray shift. Tachika, Matthew, the ray shift has begun. Get ready. Yes, Doctor. In the next second, the two's body began to glow, blue particles of light. Foo! Foo! Fufu suddenly ran out from the corner when the two were about to leave, followed by Fen Barber who was interested in Fufu. After that, Fufu jumped into Matthew's arms. Fufu? Matthew almost forgot about Fufu. Where did Fufu go? Gudazi lamented Fufu's powerful hide-and-seek ability. Everyone, goodbye. Gudazi waved to everyone, and Gudazi, Matthew, and Fufu turned into blue particles and dissipated. After witnessing Gudazi and Matthew's rayshift, Wu Ming looked at Enkidu and Mayu, who were hugging Fenbaba. We should also go. Chapter 1038. Inside the origin that looked like a starry sky, on the platform formed in the center, the huge and magnificent white origin dragon opened its eyes and woke up from its slumber. The first thing it did when it woke up from its slumber was to open a virtual screen in the void. The scene on it was an elementary school in a certain world. Wu Ming, who was in the origin, had the ability to see what was happening in a certain world. Sui Kun Original Academy Elementary School, where Mayu and Ilya went to school. Before Wu Ming left, he brought Mayu, Ilya, and the others back to Ilya's world. In any case, Mayu had settled down in Ilya's world and went to school. Wu Ming wouldn't do such a cruel thing as separating Mayu and her friends. However, because of the Ainsworth family's technology and the method of crossing between two worlds taught by Wu Ming, Shiro and the others could go to Mayo's world to visit Mayu at any time. On the screen, Mayu was chatting with Ilya and other friends, but then, Mayu froze for a moment, and then as if waking up from a dream, she fell into a trance. It seemed that Mayu had received the memory of herself turning into a servant and going to BC. Although it didn't matter if she couldn't receive it, Mayo's servant body was also Mayu. Wu Ming didn't want anything to happen to Mayo's clone. The heroic spirits in the Valhalla couldn't accept all the memories of the clone, but Mayu wasn't a heroic spirit, so she could definitely receive those memories. Only when Mayo's main body received the memories and information of the clone could it prove that the clone had returned safely. Now it seemed that Mayu had indeed received it, and Wu Ming was relieved. Mayo's trance scared Ilya. Seeing Ilya nervously wanting to pull Mayu to the infirmary, Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Ilya is still so rash. But to Wu Ming's surprise, he saw an equally nervous Erika on the screen. It was very likely that Julian had used the Ainsworth family's technology to send Erika to this world and arranged for her to attend school with Mayu and Ilya. In this regard, Wu Ming wasn't worried at all. Julian was probably just thinking about his sister and wanted Erika to experience the life of a normal person. Julian was like an elder brother now. With a thought, the virtual screen disappeared. After all, Wu Ming only wanted to check on Mayo's condition and nothing else. Next, it's Tiamat. Wu Ming said. With a thought, a ball of light exuding the light of the universe appeared in front of Wu Ming. This was the illusory star Taisui that sealed Tiamat. Let's begin. As if God had said let there be light, the illusory star Taisui was unsealed under the command of God of the origin. Countless black mud rushed out and fell into the origin. In the next second, the entire space of the origin seemed to have come alive and eliminated the black mud at the root. The black mud, which was originally like a river bursting out of a dam, shrank again and quickly disappeared. In the end, only a little bit was left. This was Tiamat's black mud, her sea of life. The black mud that existed in it had all been treated as a virus by the origin and cleaned up by the origin. Immediately afterward, Wu Ming's huge dragon claw gently tapped the sea of life, and a figure immediately separated from the sea of life. It was the spiritual base of a servant. It was Musasp Ben-K. After being assimilated by Tiamat's sea of life, there was no way to remove it. This was what Ishtar had said, and it was also publicly known. However, in the origin, Wu Ming could easily separate Musasp Ben-K's spiritual base from the sea of life. Wu Ming's dragon claw gently tapped Musasp Ben-K's spiritual base, and a ripple appeared behind Musasp Ben-K, enveloping Musasp Ben-K. The ripple then disappeared. Wu Ming sent Musasp Ben-K back to Uruk, where he would meet with Nuakamaru and the others for a short time. Then, because of the disappearance of the Holy Grail, they would dissipate together and return to the Martyr's Palace. Musasp Ben-K's matter was taken care of. Then, there was Tiamat's problem. Wu Ming lowered his red eyes and looked at the pink and somewhat cute starry eyes. In the end, the Sea of Life turned into Tiamat, but in human form. Tiamat in human form was no different from a normal woman. In fact, Her face and figure could even be considered to be of the highest quality in human aesthetics. At this moment, Tiamat in human form was like a human girl. She sat on the ground like a duck with her legs pressed together as much as possible and looked up at Wu Ming. She had a petite body and 2 arms and 2 legs, but she was almost naked. Only some scales and animal skin covered certain parts of Tiamat's body. There was a pair of huge twisted horns on her head, which were almost identical to the horns on Tiamat's head in dragon form. In human form, Tiamat's mouth didn't split open all the way to the back of her head, but her teeth were also serrated. The only thing that satisfied Wu Ming was her starry eyes. It couldn't be helped. Those starry eyes, together with Tiamat's current appearance, were simply too cute. I really don't know how those gods were able to do it back then. Wu Ming couldn't help but ridicule. Then, Wu Ming's huge dragon body changed, and Wu Ming's dragon body turned into human form. After all, Tiamat was very petite at this moment, and it wasn't easy to talk with her huge body. After landing on the platform, Wu Ming walked in front of Tiamat. Looking at Tiamat, who stared at him motionlessly, Wu Ming didn't know what to say. He simply sat down facing Tiamat, crossed his arms, and thought silently. If he sent her back, as a human evil, she would definitely be destroyed in the end. Wu Ming definitely wouldn't do that. Should he send her to another world? If it was another world, he didn't know if Tiamat's human evil ability would still work. Let's give it a try. If it didn't work, he would take her back and think about it at length. However, just as Wu Ming was thinking, Tiamat moved. Tiamat leaned forward slightly, stretched out her hands, and hugged Wu Ming's head. Then, while Wu Ming was in a daze, Tiamat put Wu Ming down. Then, she placed Wu Ming's head comfortably on her lap. Obviously, it was a knee pillow. Wu Ming didn't react at all. Or rather, Wu Ming was dumbfounded. Although the black mud was removed, Wu Ming also thought that Tiamat might attack him. However, he didn't think that Tiamat would give him a knee pillow. This was too ridiculous. Wu Ming couldn't believe it at all. However, it was quite comfortable. Child. My child. A delicate and ethereal voice came out of Tiamat's mouth. Wu Ming had some guesses about this. Tiamat's desire for children led her to treat Wu Ming as her own child, and the knee pillow was just a way for Tiamat to love her child. However, the one she should love wasn't herself. She should love someone else. Xiao Yan, come out for a second. Wu Ming swung his hand and threw out the golden chain wrapped around his arm. The chain turned into a beautiful green-haired person, Enkidu. Lord Hunryong, do you want me to replace you? Enkidu smiled bitterly. She wasn't stupid, and she had been watching from the side. How could she not understand Wu Ming's meaning? Just call me Wu Ming at this time. We're not in Uruk anymore, Wu Ming corrected her. Yes, Lord Wu Ming. Then, Wu Ming nodded. Also, you're right. Come and enjoy mother's love for me. Ever since Enkidu came out, Tiamat had noticed her. Enkidu smiled bitterly again and walked to Tiamat's side. Then, without a doubt, she was also put down and laid on Tiamat's knee pillow. Chapter 1039. The current Enkidu was Enkidu after fusing with Kingu, so Enkidu could be considered Tiamat's son. That was why Wu Ming wanted to let Enkidu enjoy this motherly love on his behalf. However, why do I have to continue resting on my knees? Wu Ming tilted his head and body as if he was resting on a pillow. There's no other way, Lord Wu Ming. It's probably because you're also mother's son. Enkidu, who was also leaning on his knees, was facing Wu Ming with a smile of schadenfreude on his face. Indeed, Hunryong's rumors mentioned that Hunryong was Tiamat's son, and that Uladim and the other magical beasts called Wu Ming Ramu. The connection must have been made. However, Wu Ming was not Tiamat's son. Even if it was fabricated, it should not affect Tiamat. Why would she really treat Wu Ming as her son? Although this knee pillow is quite comfortable, I still have things to do. After all, Wu Ming was going to find Jisha to solve everything. What was the point of resting on her knees? Tiamat seemed to have heard Wu Ming's words. She muttered and stroked Wu Ming's cheek. Child. My child. Then, Tiamat moved Wu Ming's head away from her knee pillow. Wu Ming took the opportunity to sit up and looked deeply at Tiamat. He did not expect Tiamat to be so understanding. It seemed that she was still thinking about her child. How about I raise her as a stepmother? Wu Ming had this idea. Hearing those words, Tiamat's starry eyes involuntarily lit up. She appeared to be very happy. Lord Wu Ming, Mother is probably happy that you've acknowledged her as your mother. Enkidu understood Tiamat. She could tell that Tiamat was very happy. As she spoke, Enkidu tried to sit up. However, Tiamat pressed down on Enkidu's head and stroked it. Wu Ming smiled helplessly. It was not a big deal to have a mother out of nowhere. It was better to have a long-term plan. However, Wu Ming did not directly reject this idea. Let's not talk about my matters for now. I'll have to trouble you to stay here and enjoy the motherly love for me. Similarly, Wu Ming also stroked Enkidu's head. Then I'll have Collis follow you. If you don't bring me along, I'll be worried. Enkidu's face was slightly red, but she was very serious. I'll always be with Master. Collis on Wu Ming's head made her presence felt. My backup machine is also close to perfection. I can guard the great source on my own. Then, Wu Ming turned his head and looked into the void. In the next second, little Wu Ming number 1's backup machine suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, the backup machine steadily walked to Wu Ming's side and laid down on the platform. Once an external entity attempted to enter or attack the great source, Wu Ming's backup machine would be able to defend against it. Using an analogy, the great source was the home, and Wu Ming's backup machine was the AI butler. After Wu Ming activated the backup machine, his body suddenly transformed into a gigantic great source dragon. Then, I'll be leaving. In the next second, the dragon flew to the side, and disappeared as if it had fallen into an illusion. Go early. Come back early. Tiamat waved her hand stutteringly at the direction where Wu Ming disappeared, looking very much like a mother sending her son off. Looking at Tiamat like this, Enkidu was a little jealous. You love your child so much, why did you abandon Kingu? Enkidu and Kingu fused at the Mesopotamia singularity. Tiamat's abandonment of Kingu was naturally engraved in Enkidu's mind. No, Tiamat stuttered as she explained. Enkidu's eyes lit up when he realized that there might be something behind the scenes. He quietly listened to Tiamat. Tiamat also stuttered as she explained. However, because of her stuttering, it would probably take a while. Between the worlds. In a large world filled with scenes of the universe, huge transparent spheres floated there one after another, like stars in the universe. These huge spheres were worlds. At some point, a huge white figure suddenly appeared. It was Wu Ming in his dragon form. No matter how many times I come, this scene always amazes me. Wu Ming's huge dragon eyes flashed with the light of the universe. Worlds existed in this way, and Wu Ming was very interested in this phenomenon. Let's take a good look around. After all, traveling between worlds was a wonderful thing. Following this, Wu Ming flew in a certain direction. Wu Ming had gone to find Jisha last time, so he naturally remembered the route. However, even if he did not remember, Wu Ming could still find Jisha by relying on the attraction of their origin powers. Not only had Jisha become stronger, but so had Wu Ming. In other words, as long as he stayed in the Great Origin, Wu Ming would continue to grow stronger. In addition, Wu Ming's body had experienced many years in the box world, and the passage of time had become the best catalyst for Wu Ming to become stronger. However, the origin dragon before and after reaching adulthood were two different existences. The difference was like the difference between an ant and a dragon. As an existence who was only one step away from becoming an adult origin dragon, Wu Ming could sense this. In fact, it was best for Wu Ming to wait until he reached adulthood before finding and killing Jisha. That was the safest way. However, time waited for no one. Who knew if Jisha had comprehended something from the Black Origin Mud, or if he had analyzed the power of the Black Origin Mud? And most importantly, Jisha must have had something to do when he burned the human essences, and Wu Ming had to stop him. Now, it was too late for Wu Ming to figure out how to cross that step and reach adulthood. As mentioned before, the adulthood of the origin dragon wasn't something that could be achieved with time alone. As for how to do it, Wu Ming didn't know, so Wu Ming needed time to figure it out. For example, Wu Ming was like a prince who had been stranded in the world. He relied on his own efforts to return to his country, but after finding the palace with great difficulty, he wanted to find the royal family to learn how to become stronger, only to find that the royal family was all dead, and there was no way to find anyone to learn how to become stronger. However, if Wu Ming could stay in the palace for a while longer, he might be able to find a way to become stronger. But this required time, and Wu Ming didn't have time. I'm already very strong now. Even if Jisha completely grasps the secret of the black origin mud, he can only tie with me at best. This was Wu Ming's worst-case scenario. Wu Ming had experienced a lot since the last time he fought Jisha. If Wu Ming encountered Jisha at the same level as last time, he would definitely be able to crush him. However, Wu Ming also knew that Jisha had also become stronger. Even so, Wu Ming was still not afraid. If something really happens, I'll just run back to the origin and hide. Yes, Wu Ming's idea was very simple. If Jisha's strength exceeded his expectations, Wu Ming would run back to the origin and hide. In any case, the origin dragon in the origin was like a tiger in the forest or a flood dragon in the sea. Wu Ming was a god in the origin. However, it wasn't very likely that it would come to that. Let's hurry up and settle everything. With that, Wu Ming sped up and disappeared. Chapter 1040. Between the worlds, in a certain place filled with the scenery of the universe, there was a small independent world that had separated itself from the original world. At a closer look, it seemed to be a group of open-air platforms of various shapes and colors. There was a spotlessly white platform that was larger than the other platforms. At the same time, it was located on top of the other platforms. The other platforms revolved around this platform that was much taller than them, like stars surrounding the moon. On this spotlessly white platform, there was a spotlessly white jade seat in the center. If it wasn't for the dark universe with specks of starlight as the background, but instead the blue sky and white clouds, this place would probably be a beautiful scenery. However, the spotlessly white jade seat contrasted with the cosmic-like background between the platform and the world, making it stand out and rather eye-catching. On the jade seat on the platform, there was a humanoid existence that was much taller than ordinary humans, sitting upright on the jade seat. He seemed to be the master of this independent small world. He was Jisha, the existence that had impersonated King Solomon and commanded the 72 demon god pillars, the demon god King Jisha. At this moment, he seemed to be waiting for someone. Not long after, a spotlessly white figure flew over from the cosmic-like sky. It was Wu Ming in his dragon form. You seem to be waiting for me. Wu Ming's voice came from the mouth of the origin dragon. Unlike his original rough voice, Wu Ming's voice did not change when he was in his dragon form. Because I knew you would come looking for me. Jisha's voice was as rough as ever. Then do you know that today is the day you die, Jisha? Wu Ming opened his huge dragon mouth, gathering white flames that contained the power of origin. Then, he instantly shot it out. This was a killing move filled with power. Rumble. The sound of something huge moving was heard. Countless vines appeared out of nowhere, forming a net that blocked Wu Ming's flames of origin. The net could not withstand the burning of the fire of origin. In an instant, the vines that made up the net were broken and burned to ashes. However, in the next second, new vines would appear to fill in the gaps in the net. Only then was Wu Ming's origin flame blocked. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't vines that formed the net. Instead, it was pillars of flesh that were covered in eyes. These pillars were the 72 demon god pillars. No, they should be called the 71 demon god pillars now. After all, the concept of Floros was sealed in the Holy Grail by Wu Ming and given to Chaldea for safekeeping. However, even if one of the 72 demon god pillars was missing, it didn't matter. The concept of 72 demon god pillars as a whole could still be maintained. Therefore, these pillars would never be destroyed, and the only way was to get rid of Jisha. Even if Wu Ming's origin flame could burn these pillars of flesh, they were indestructible and could be said to be infinite. The net formed by them was not easy to break through, so there was not much point in continuing like this. As a result, Wu Ming stopped spewing fire. You have always been so impatient, Origin Dragon. It was unknown what had happened to Gaia, but she was calmer than before. Her strength had also increased. Just the fact that his command blocked Wu Ming's attack was enough to prove this. If Jisha in the past was a stray hyena in the wilderness, then Jisha was now a lone tiger in the forest. Looks like you really obtained something from the Black Origin soil. Wu Ming's huge dragon eyes flashed with an expression of as expected. Actually, it's all thanks to you. Jisha was still sitting on his jade throne, looking rather calm. I originally wanted to detonate all the Black Origin soil I summoned to blow you to smithereens. But I didn't expect the power to affect me as well. Sure enough, Jisha was the same as Wu Ming at that time, heavily injured by the Black Origin soil. However, the damage caused by the Black Origin soil became a catalyst for me, allowing me to successfully obtain the power of the Origin. After Jisha finished speaking, a huge amount of magic power rushed out of Jisha's body. This magic power contained a large amount of Origin power, which was exactly the same as Wu Ming's. So what? At best, Jisha stood at the same height as Wu Ming. In other words, Wu Ming was the orthodox, while Jisha was the heretic. However, Jisha did not care about Wu Ming's disdain. Instead, he changed the topic. Do you know why I wanted to burn human reason? Wu Ming naturally did not know. Humans are ugly, cruel, bloodthirsty, and full of evil. Jisha began to criticize humans. Although there are excellent and kind humans, it is undeniable that most humans are pests on this planet. They are trash, a danger that must be eliminated. Jisha was a little agitated. He even stood up and spread his hands. I want to destroy humans, destroy human history, destroy the proof and records of human existence, and destroy these existences that make me feel disgusted. If that was the case, it was obvious that Jisha had done it. Human history had been burned. If it was not for the influence of Chaldea's magnetic field, humans would have gone extinct. However, this planet will give birth to humans again no matter what. This was something that could not be violated. This was something that would inevitably happen. At most, the next batch of humans and this batch of humans would have some differences, but they would be the same in essence. They would be ugly, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Therefore, I want to use the entire human history that I have burned as fuel to help me return to the past, reshape the species that ruled this planet, and change everything from the root. This was the truth of the burning of human reason. Wu Ming snorted at this. Are you trying to say that you're great? Wu Ming had encountered quite a few of these self-righteous fellows. Shiro Amakusa, Shizhan, was one of them. They only thought that humans needed to be saved and changed, so they began to act. They did not care about the sacrifices that would be made in the process, or how many people would be sacrificed. It could only be said that these people had good intentions, but their methods were wrong. No one could dictate the fate of others. Not humans, not gods, not Jisha, not Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming also knew that these people could not be changed with mere words. Only fists could stop them. As for how to change their minds, that was not something that Wu Ming could care about. In any case, Wu Ming was not prepared to let them live. Jisha had already grasped the black soil and obtained the power of the Origin. Any existence with the black soil would view Wu Ming as a mortal enemy. Wu Ming did not know if Jisha could be saved in this situation. As such, there was only one answer left, and that was to completely kill them. At the same time, Jisha was thinking the same thing. This was because Jisha knew about the existence of the Origin. Chapter 1041. Jisha was powerless to change all of this, which was why he wanted to burn human principles and use the energy obtained from burning human principles as a driving force to help Jisha return to the past and reshape humanity from its roots. Unexpectedly, Jisha obtained the Black Origin soil and also unexpectedly grasped the power of Origin. If he could control the Origin, it would be much more reliable than going back to the past to change humanity from its roots. In addition, the existence of the Black Origin soil would have an indelible hostility towards Wu Ming, so Jisha could take advantage of the situation to get rid of Wu Ming and replace him to take control of the Origin. And Jisha also had the same idea. Therefore, After Gaia had obtained the power of origin, it did not allow the mantras to recover. Gaia still retained the energy of the mantras after being burned, because it wanted to use it as a weapon to destroy Wu Ming's weapon. Ha 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 tilde great. That's my duty. I'm not great. Gaia laughed. I am the product of the collective consciousness of the 72 demon god pillars. I am the evil of humanity standing on the opposite side of humanity. I am the number one beast I who holds the principle of compassion. I am Jisha who burns human principles, demon god King Jisha. Behind Jisha's jade throne, the demon god pillars gradually wrapped around it. Countless demon god pillars first withered like dehydration, then intertwined like the roots of an old tree, and finally formed a huge sphere that slowly rose. In the middle of the sphere, a red light appeared. It was filled with a huge amount of magic power, and this magic power was accompanied by a lot of origin power. Seeing this, Wu Ming felt a little uneasy. My duty is to burn human principles and reshape humanity. Everything I do is for this planet, for the world. And you will also become my fuel to help me reach the origin and save all the world. Along with Jisha's bold words, the red light in the middle of the tree behind Jisha suddenly expanded, and a purple ray that was magnified several times erupted at Wu Ming. Shush! The sound of light shuttling between worlds was extremely ear-piercing. This light contained the power of origin, enough to destroy Wu Ming, and completely enveloped Wu Ming. Not long after, the light gradually weakened until it dissipated. The huge tree ball also entered a charging standby state. The ray that penetrated Wu Ming and shot into the distance also exploded, causing the entire world to shake. Many worlds were affected. In fact, a few transparent spheres that happened to be in the path of the light directly disappeared. At Wu Ming's original position, the spherical light film covered Wu Ming's body, preventing Wu Ming from suffering any damage. This was the defense created by Wu Ming's armor of debate, and it needed to be powered by origin energy, so the barrier was covered in origin energy. Only origin power could fight against origin power. This was the law. Therefore, Jisha was only standing at the same height as Wu Ming. However, Jisha's move was enough to surprise Wu Ming. Gaia's technique destroyed several transparent spheres of light, each of which was a world. Even ordinary humans had differences in strength. Even if Wu Ming and Jisha stood at the same height, there were still differences. Judging from the attack just now, Gaia's offensive prowess had surpassed Wu Ming's. This guy can't be underestimated. Although Wu Ming didn't have the intention to underestimate Jisha, he was even more cautious now. However, Wu Ming didn't believe that Jisha's attack didn't have any limitations. That was the energy produced by the humanity that you burned, right? And since it was energy, there would be a time when it would be exhausted. One had to know that humanity only lasted for a few thousand years and wasn't endless. I don't have nearly endless magic power like you. Only by using the ashes of humanity that I'm going to use as fuel can I be confident in killing you. Even the Magus King Solomon didn't have endless magic power, so it was even more impossible for Jisha to have it. That was why he needed to use the energy obtained from burning humanity as fuel to fight against Wu Ming, who had nearly unlimited magic power. I have to say, Jisha, you are the strongest enemy I've ever faced. Wu Ming had encountered many powerful enemies, and they also had existences that could kill Wu Ming. However, they couldn't kill Wu Ming as easily as Jisha because they didn't have the origin power. Jisha, on the other hand, had the origin power and the origin black mud that countered Wu Ming. He could easily eliminate Wu Ming, provided that his attack hit its target. My dream was achieved by stepping on the corpse of your origin dragon. Accept your fate. Wang. The huge tree ball behind Jisha was fully charged. The red light appeared once again and began to gather a huge amount of magic power with the origin power. It was obvious that Jisha was going to use the same move again. However, Wu Ming wouldn't give him another chance. Fear the one with wings. Evil people and powerful people are all afraid of me with wings. My wings will bring you curses. Evil people can't hit me. With the origin power, Wu Ming's figure suddenly disappeared and instantly appeared in front of Jisha. In the next second, a pure white dragon claw reached out and slashed at Jisha with unstoppable force. Indeed, Jisha had the origin power and could easily kill Wu Ming. On the other hand, Wu Ming, who also had the origin power, could easily kill Jisha. It was like both sides had max attack power but only 1 HP. The moment one's killing move hit the other, victory would be decided instantly. However, Jisha's attack range was too large. Once Wu Ming got close to Jisha, his attack would be restricted. After all, Jisha couldn't possibly fit himself into the purple light cannon's attack range. Jisha didn't want to take him down with himself. Therefore, Wu Ming chose to get close. Wu Ming's dragon claw landed on the jade seat and immediately shattered it. Countless demon god pillars danced wildly and surrounded Wu Ming. As for Gaia, she flew to the side. Afterwards, Jisha gathered energy in his hands. The black mud mixed with tremendous magic power was shot out from Jisha's hands, shooting at the huge Wu Ming. Light immediately shone from Wu Ming's body. The huge dragon disappeared, replaced by Wu Ming's human form with the blade of salvation in hand. Wu Ming easily dodged Jisha's attack. Using the light produced by the dragon transformation as a cover, he continued to use the power of the phoenix to charge at Jisha. Swish! Jisha dodged in advance and slashed with the blade of salvation, only cutting off a corner of the burning branch above Jisha's head. Immediately, the broken branch that separated from Jisha's head was like a leaf that had been injected with sulfuric acid. It decayed and turned black, until it shattered and disappeared. A large number of demon god pillars took advantage of the situation and surrounded Wu Ming, twisting in a spiral and forming huge pillars. And Wu Ming was entangled in these twisting huge pillars. However, in the next second, sword light suddenly appeared and the huge pillar was directly cut in the middle. Wu Ming's figure turned into a streak of light and reappeared in front of Jisha. Afterwards, before Jisha could react, he raised his blade. Pa. Chapter 1042. Wu Ming's divine blade of salvation slashed down, but it did not cut anything because Jisha caught the white blade with both hands and clamped Wu Ming's divine blade of salvation with both hands. Jisha maintained his posture of clamping Wu Ming's divine blade of salvation with both hands and spoke leisurely. Sure enough, you're the expert in close combat. What a joke. Wu Ming's skills from Skaha were not for playing with monkeys, but for killing enemies. Let's not talk about other things first. Even a swordmaster who only practiced one sword skill all year round could defeat a king who had led an army and had good martial arts skills. Jisha was Solomon's magic form. How could he beat Wu Ming in close combat? Wu Ming smiled at this. If you're not convinced, in an instant, Wu Ming held the divine blade of salvation with both hands and skillfully slid it out of Jisha's hands. Then accept your death obediently. The divine blade of salvation that slid out of Jisha's hands slashed down at Jisha from below. Sheeing. The black demon god's flesh pillar that blocked Jisha in time was cut in half. Jisha, on the other hand, retreated backward. In the next second, Jisha's humanoid cannon that he had long prepared was instantly launched. The purple ray once again engulfed Wu Ming's figure, who did not have time to activate the phoenix incarnation. However, immediately after, the spirit of speech that contained the power of origin came out of the purple light pillar. I am the strongest and the one who holds all victory in my hands. Whether it's human or demon, I'm the one who defeats all enemies' hostility. I will defeat any enemy who stands in my way. Puff. Like a fish rushing out of the sea, a burly golden giant rushed out of the purple light pillar. The burly giant seemed to be corroded, and its body was full of holes and incomplete. However, Wu Ming, who was in the middle of the giant's shadow, was unharmed. The purple ray of the humanoid cannon dissipated, and the aftermath of the explosion still erupted somewhere between the worlds. Needless to say, a few worlds must have been destroyed this time. Wu Ming dispelled the giant incarnation and stood opposite Jisha, who was floating in the void not far away. Around them were squirming pillars of various colors with eyes. From Wu Ming's close attack on Jisha to Wu Ming's use of the giant avatar as a shield to escape the beam of the humanoid cannon, it only took a few seconds. The victory and defeat that had almost been decided was actually just a facade. However, in the end, Wu Ming still had the upper hand. After all, Wu Ming had cut off a corner of Jisha's head, while Jisha did not cause any injuries to Wu Ming. Origin Dragon, you are indeed very powerful, but you still haven't reached that height. It seemed that Jisha had not only obtained origin power from the Black Origin Mud, but also some information about the Origin Dragon. Even if I haven't reached that height, it's more than enough to deal with you. Wu Ming stretched his neck and brandished the divine blade of salvation. The previous fight with Jisha was actually a test. Wu Ming did not have many moves, except for close combat martial arts and the divine blade of salvation. Magic and magic were barely enough to resist Jisha's humanoid cannon, but other than that, Wu Ming still had 12 avatars. By seizing the authority of multiple gods and adapting to Wu Ming's own authority, the 12 avatars of the 12 authority, God's Killer, were quite powerful. Each avatar of the authority was not weaker than the authority of the other gods' layers, and it was considered a first-class move in other worlds. Now, not to mention using all 12 avatars at once, using multiple avatars at once was a piece of cake for the current Wu Ming. This could be considered one of Wu Ming's trump cards. Jisha was obviously not as good as Wu Ming in close combat. The reason why he dared to attack Wu Ming even after knowing Wu Ming's identity and strength was entirely because of the Black Origin Mud and the origin power that Jisha had obtained from it. The test is over. Let's officially begin. Wu Ming raised the divine blade of salvation, and at the tip of the sword, the light of the sun shone in this cosmic-like world. Wu Ming was ready for a big wave. However, Jisha seemed to have a stroke and laughed for some reason. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 dash. Wu Ming ignored Jisha's laughter and instantly condensed a sun at the tip of the divine blade of salvation. However, at this moment, the demon god pillar beside Jisha wriggled, and then, something was presented in front of Jisha by the demon god pillar as if it was presenting a treasure. It was a building wrapped in a transparent ball of light, and it was still snowing heavily inside, as if it was a Christmas crystal ball. However, Wu Ming recognized this thing. This was Chaldea, a human security organization located on a snowy mountain a few thousand meters above sea level. It was also where Gudazi, Matthew, Roman, and Olga Marie were currently located. I see. Wu Ming directly dispersed the sun at the tip of the sword. When you transformed your jade throne into a small world and left the world of the type moon, did you bring Chaldea with you? Did Flaulos help you locate it? After all, Chaldea was considered a singularity that was difficult to find after being burned by the Anthropocene. Jisha wouldn't be able to find it so easily, and the origin black mud and origin power weren't omnipotent. That's right. It was the moment Flaulos escaped from your seal, he sent me Chaldea's location, but there's something I need to say. Jisha took the Chaldea crystal ball with one hand. Long before you entered the Mesopotamia singularity, I had already done this. In other words, whether it was Gudazi and Wu Ming smoothly arriving in Mesopotamia or successfully solving the problem of the Mesopotamia singularity, it was all under Jisha's control. So, it seemed that the reason why Chaldea was able to reverse locate Jisha's lair was actually because of Jisha's instructions. At this moment, Wu Ming couldn't help but frown. Jisha taking this out now not only meant that he had been going easy on Wu Ming, but in a sense, he was also threatening Wu Ming. Because Jisha saw Wu Ming's concern. You really cherish these worlds. That's right, Wu Ming cherished the worlds between the worlds, or rather, he didn't want them to be hurt. The reason why Wu Ming fought in close combat and didn't give Jisha a chance to fire the light cannon was entirely because Wu Ming was afraid that Jisha's light cannon would affect other worlds. Wu Ming knew many people in many worlds, including many friends and family members. After Wu Ming saw that Jisha's humanoid cannon had the ability to destroy worlds, Wu Ming chose to fight in close combat with Jisha. Because Wu Ming didn't want these worlds to be destroyed, he didn't want his friends and family to be in danger. Moreover, although Wu Ming wasn't overly compassionate, and in a sense, Wu Ming was an evil person, even he didn't want to see the worlds with living creatures destroyed by Jisha's humanoid cannon. Whether it was the former or the latter, they were all reasons why Wu Ming wanted to stop Jisha from firing the humanoid cannon. Wu Ming was worried that Jisha would see through this, so he tried his best to hide his intention. He made the first move before Jisha fired the second humanoid cannon, which could be considered as an act of striking first to gain the upper hand. However, who would have thought that Wu Ming's intention would be seen through by Jisha? Chapter 1043. Are you trying to threaten me? Wu Ming went straight to the point. No matter what, Gaia was still a respectable figure. How could she do something so despicable as to threaten him? However, Gaia was kind enough to explain the situation. Why would I? I'm just telling you that Chaldea is under my protection. You don't have to worry about Chaldea being affected by our battle. Then, Jisha put away Chaldea's crystal ball as if he was really thinking about Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming didn't relax at all. Firstly, Chaldea was still in Jisha's hands. What it said just now was another kind of threat. Secondly, other than the worlds that Wu Ming was unfamiliar with, there were many worlds that Wu Ming cared about that were still in between. In other words, once Jisha's artificial cannon was activated, there was a chance that it would affect those worlds. And Jisha said this because he wanted to get information from Wu Ming. In short, Jisha's artificial cannon had to be stopped. Otherwise, he would have to take it all on and not let the aftermath of the artificial cannon affect those worlds. All Evilders, be afraid of my power. I am the strongest, and I hold all victory in my hands. I will deny the sky, deny the earth. Make a pact with me, listen to my call, and obey my command. Thou hast violated the contract and brought evil to the world. Bestow the torrential flood upon me, let out a dazzling radiance and grant me divine power. Evilders can't hit me. Wu Ming chanted the words of the 8 incarnations in one breath. Moreover, he condensed the 8 words into one sentence, forming a short version of each incarnation spirit. Although it sounded a little out of place, the effect wasn't bad at all. A huge dark purple draconic shadow appeared around Wu Ming. A huge white and pure black divine blade of salvation appeared in the hands of the huge draconic shadow. Black clouds appeared above the huge draconic shadow and kept spreading to the surroundings. In this cosmic-like place, there was a storm, lightning, and thunder, and the seawater had already surrounded the entire Temple of Time. This is a new world. Jisha was surprised. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the sea surged under Jisha's feet. There was no end to the clouds and no end to the sea. The storm with lightning and thunder fell suddenly, and the sea surged violently, crashing into the Temple of Time. Jisha could sense that his Temple of Time and the demon god pillars had arrived in a new world. Without a doubt, this was a new world created by Wu Ming's spirit of speech. This way, we won't have to worry about affecting the worlds in between. As soon as Wu Ming's words reached Jisha's ears, Wu Ming appeared in front of Jisha with the divine blade of salvation in his hand. The huge sword shadow of the divine blade of salvation slashed down at Jisha. Clang! Jisha blocked the attack. Jisha crossed his hands and clenched them into fists, and the sword shadow of the divine blade of salvation slashed at his fists. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't the fist that blocked Wu Ming's attack, but the ring on Jisha's finger. Although Jisha was a 3-meter-tall humanoid creature, his body was very different from a human's body. For example, Jisha's hands were enough to crush several people's heads at once. The 10 rings on his thick hands looked like brass knuckles. However, no matter how much they looked like brass knuckles, they were still just rings. Crack! Sure enough, there was a crack in one of the rings. Jisha suddenly exerted force and pushed Wu Ming's body away. As for the cracked ring on Gaia's finger, it shattered in an instant. Wu Ming, who knew Roman's identity, easily guessed what the 10 rings on Jisha's finger were. The broken one is a fake, right? Wu Ming wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly chatted with Jisha. Jisha, who was suddenly attacked, wasn't angry. He followed Wu Ming's words and replied, "My king had 10 rings, but he only left 9 rings. One of them was missing, so I made one myself." The king that Jisha mentioned was King Solomon. As for the fake ring that Gaia had created, it was the one that had shattered earlier. But that's not important. We don't need a king anymore. I'm our king. In an instant, the man-made cannon that was already prepared at the back of the Jade Throne was launched. And the target was Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming didn't dodge this time. Because if he did, this temporary world that was hard to form would be destroyed by the cannon. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, waves surged, wind howled, thunder, rain, and waves rushed toward the cannon that was fired at Wu Ming as if they were alive. The moment they came into contact, the thunder, rain, and waves were dyed with a layer of black destructive power. The two collided in an instant. A huge explosion occurred in this world. White light illuminated this world that only had sea and storm. Wu Ming had returned to the route without anyone noticing. On the central platform, Wu Ming landed in his human form. Lord Wu Ming, why are you back? After listening to Tiamat's explanation, Enkidu, who was still enjoying the pillow on his lap, instantly got up and came to Wu Ming's side. Tiamat didn't stop him. Instead, she sat aside obediently and didn't disturb him. There's a problem. I had my clone stall Jisha for a while. That's right. The clone that was fighting Jisha was Wu Ming's full strength. At that time, Wu Ming had used the simple spiritual language formed by the 8 clones: Dragon Seed, Giant, Storm, Annihilation, Flood, Thunder God, Phoenix, and Dependence. The ability of the Dependence clone was that when a clone was created, the clone would inherit 100% of the original's strength. In other words, the clone could still use the 12 powers. Wu Ming had also given the Divine Blade of Salvation to the clone. The Divine Blade of Salvation, which couldn't be duplicated, could be considered as a cover for the clone. The Thunder God clone, the Storm clone, the Storm clone, and the Flood clone, combined with the power of the root, formed a simple and crude world. After that, Wu Ming used the Phoenix to escape from this world. At the same time, he had the clone use the Phoenix clone to ambush Jisha. Even Jisha wouldn't be able to tell that it was a clone that was fighting it. The reason Wu Ming didn't fight Jisha was mainly because it wasn't easy. Gaia not only hijacked Chaldea, but its artificial cannons can also destroy the worlds between the worlds at any time and anywhere. Victory or defeat aside, there would be heavy casualties in the end. That was why Wu Ming had his doppelganger fight Gaia for the time being, delaying as much as possible. That was why his doppelganger and Gaia had talked about the ring. Unfortunately, Gaia did not give the clones a chance to chat. After chatting for a while, she once again launched a sneak attack on Silence clones with the human logic cannon, and the battle began again. As for why Wu Ming wanted to return to the root, it was naturally to solve the current situation that was getting worse. Chapter 1044. Jisha had the humanoid cannon, and with its origin power, it could destroy any world in between with a single shot. Not only that, but it also had Chaldea as a hostage. If Wu Ming fought with Jisha for real, Wu Ming would definitely have some reservations. Therefore, Wu Ming returned to the origin and prepared to explore the secret of the origin dragon's adulthood. Only by reaching that height would Wu Ming be able to effortlessly deal with Jisha, save Chaldea, and protect the various worlds. At that time, Wu Ming might also find a way to restore the worlds destroyed by Jisha's humanoid cannon. But how would Wu Ming find out the secret of adulthood? As mentioned before, it would take time since he had no clue. But now, Wu Ming had a clue, which was why he escaped and returned to the origin. Jisha was injured by the black origin mud and obtained origin power from it. Wu Ming looked at Enkidu and suddenly said, "So, I want to give it a try." As soon as he said that, Enkidu was shocked and his expression changed. Lord Wu Ming. Enkidu had been by Wu Ming's side for a long time, so he basically knew all of Wu Ming's secrets. There was not much that he did not know. Therefore, Enkidu knew very well how harmful the black origin mud was to Wu Ming. Most importantly, almost all of the black origin mud that wandered between worlds had been used by Jisha as bombs. There were so many of them that their power was unimaginable. Otherwise, Wu Ming would not have chosen to leave his body and transfer his consciousness to the backup machine. Since the black origin mud between worlds had been summoned by Jisha and caused an explosion, there was no more black origin mud between worlds. Only some worlds still had black origin mud. After wandering around for a long time, the origin black mud accidentally entered these worlds. Wu Ming had encountered black origin soil in quite a few worlds. The main body of Erica that Darius used was Pandora's box, which contained the origin black soil. When Wu Ming was fighting against the last king, Roman, in the Godslayer world, he had accidentally shattered the world barrier. If he had not stopped in time, the origin black soil surrounding the Godslayer world might have entered the Godslayer world. The black origin soil also existed in the Star Cup, and it had even given the Star Cup its own consciousness. The origin black mud had once existed in the root of the origin, and had almost stolen Wu Ming's home after Wu Ming's return. Although the origin black mud in the box court world was brought in by Wu Ming, it had also affected that world, and Az Darkahar had changed a lot because of it. In the Mesopotamia singularity, Tiamat had also fused with the origin black mud for some reason. Her authority, the Sea of Life, had also fused with the origin black mud, and Tiamat had also become extremely strange and powerful. However, after all that had been said, one thing was very clear, and that was that the origin black mud had all been eliminated. There was very little black origin mud in Pandora's box, and after being sealed for so many years, it had weakened. After fusing with Wu Ming, it had luckily been eliminated by the immature Wu Ming. The origin black mud that had almost entered the Godslayer world must have been eliminated in the explosion caused by Jisha. The origin black mud in the Star Cup had fused with the Star Cup's consciousness, and was finally eliminated by Wu Ming. The origin black mud in the Big Origin had also been eliminated by Wu Ming using the power of the Big Origin. In the box court world, the origin black mud had entered Az Darkahar's body, and was eliminated by Wu Ming in the end. Even Az Darkahar's soul had perished, and his body had been transformed into an absolute evil spirit base by Wu Ming. As for Tiamat, Wu Ming had also used the Void Star Taisui seal on Az Darkahar's body to bring her to the Big Origin to be purified. In the end, Wu Ming even had a mother. In any case, all of this meant that the origin black mud that Wu Ming had encountered or known about had all been eliminated, and not a trace was left. There was no origin black mud between worlds. Only in some worlds, there might be some origin black mud mixed in, but Wu Ming did not have the time to look for it. Therefore, Enkidu's meaning was very clear. Not to mention the secret of using the origin black mud to trigger adulthood, there was not even a shadow of the origin black mud. But in the next second, Wu Ming took out a ball of origin black mud. The ball of origin black mud, which had shrunk into a ball, appeared in Wu Ming's hand as if it was afraid. It was as smooth and round as a black jade ball, and those who did not know would have thought it was a precious jade. Lord Wu Ming, where did you get this? Enkidu looked at Wu Ming in confusion and surprise. Collis answered Enkidu. When Master was fighting with Gaia, he took the opportunity to take some. That's right. When Wu Ming destroyed Jisha's jade throne, Jisha used the origin black mud to attack Wu Ming when he dodged, and Wu Ming grabbed a handful at that time. In fact, when Wu Ming first heard that Jisha obtained his power from the origin black mud, he had planned to get some origin black mud from Jisha for research. After all, who knew if Wu Ming would destroy Jisha in the end? To be safe, Wu Ming collected some origin black mud in advance and planned to test it out after killing Jisha. However, who would have thought that Jisha would add the threat of holding Chaldea hostage to the threat of the Anthropocene cannon? With no other choice, Wu Ming, who changed his tactics at the last minute, chose to escape and let his doppelganger deal with Jisha, while Wu Ming brought the origin black mud back to the origin to try and see if he could obtain the secret of coming of age. This idea was a little uncertain, but Wu Ming was uncertain. As an old gambler, Wu Ming was also gambling. Wu Ming was not sure if the origin black mud could help Wu Ming obtain the secret of coming of age, so Wu Ming gambled on the good side and came back to try. Wu Ming had also been severely injured by the origin black mud together with Jisha, but Wu Ming managed to separate his mind from his body in time and went to the backup machine, so he did not know if the origin black mud had any effect on Wu Ming's growth. However, the reason why Wu Ming's body grew so quickly was probably not entirely because he stayed in the box garden world for a long time. The passage of time could indeed have an effect on the growth of the origin dragon, but the number of years needed was astronomical. Therefore, it was very likely that the origin black mud did have a promoting effect on Wu Ming's growth. It was a pity that Wu Ming had shifted his mind back then and did not experience the secrets brought by the Origin Black Mud, nor did he know the changes the Origin Black Mud had on Wu Ming's body. Thinking about it carefully, Wu Ming increasingly felt that the reason he was approaching the level of coming of age so quickly was very likely because he was severely injured by the Origin Black Mud back then. Now, Wu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. If Wu Ming's mind had not shifted to the backup machine back then, he might have beaten Jisha up by now. However, Wu Ming didn't regret it. After all, if the events of a certain time in the past were to change, then everything that Wu Ming experienced in the future would probably be completely different. Wu Ming cherished all the people and things that he had encountered so far. So, regret. That was impossible. Although the Origin Black Mud was indeed terrifying to Wu Ming, when he thought about the people and things that he had encountered so far, Wu Ming suddenly felt that the Origin Black Mud was actually not that scary. Looking at the Origin Black Mud floating in his hand, Wu Ming immediately made up his mind. Chapter 1045. Suddenly, Wu Ming pressed the black origin soil against his heart. Thump, thump. In an instant, Wu Ming's heart let out a clear sound that spread throughout the entire route. Then, Wu Ming showed a pained expression. Lord Wu Ming. Enkidu was so scared that he quickly held Wu Ming. Lily Yen, I'm fine. Wu Ming's pained expression eased a little, and he no longer seemed to be in so much pain. However, this was only because Wu Ming didn't want Enki to worry. He forced himself to relax his furrowed brows because of the pain. In fact, the pain coming from his heart was too much for Wu Ming to bear. Why is it so painful? Wu Ming wailed in his heart. This was not much less painful than when Wu Ming was blown up by the explosion caused by Jisha detonating the black origin soil. Back then, Wu Ming had instantly transferred his consciousness out of his body, so he did not suffer much damage. But this time, Wu Ming could be said to be enduring pain that was comparable to that time. This was double the pain of his soul and body. It could not be helped. The black origin soil had a restraining effect on Wu Ming, and it was much more painful than a sword piercing his body. Streams of black origin soil flowed from Wu Ming's heart to the platform like water droplets falling on a red-hot iron plate. The black origin soil that fell on the platform instantly evaporated. This was the manifestation of the black origin soil being eliminated by the root's defense mechanism. As long as the black origin soil left Wu Ming's body, it would be eliminated by the root's defense mechanism. At this moment, Wu Ming's hand was still pressed against his heart to prevent more black origin soil from flowing out and being wasted. Wu Ming had to slowly wait for the black origin soil to completely enter his body. However, the pain was unbearable. Wu Ming's brows, which he had forced to relax in order to not worry Enkidu, were now tightly knitted again, but the process was rather slow. Lily Yen, you and Collis stay away from me. Wu Ming used his free hand to take off Collis from his head and threw her into Enkidu's hands. Then, he shook off Enkidu's support, turned around, and walked a few steps to put some distance between him and Enkidu. After turning around, his brows furrowed brows instantly, and his facial expression began to distort. It was clear how painful it was. Lord Wu Ming, Master. Both Enkidu and Collis even wanted to catch up to Wu Ming's go. They knew that Wu Ming didn't want them to worry, and also didn't want them to be affected by the accident that might happen later. That was why Wu Ming told Enkidu and Collis to stay away from him. However, Enkidu and Collis wouldn't want to stay away from Wu Ming because of something like this. However, in the next second, a hand landed on Enkidu's shoulder. Enkidu, who was holding Collis's head, was stunned and immediately turned around. It was Tiamat. Tiamat, who was originally sitting in a daze, stood up and walked behind Enkidu. When she saw Enkidu turn around to look at her, Tiamat let go of Enkidu's shoulder, then walked with her slender legs and slowly walked toward Wu Ming, who had his back facing them. Child. Son, Tiamat walked behind Wu Ming and slowly spoke. Although Tiamat still stuttered when she spoke, Tiamat had a beautiful voice. Her voice was extremely beautiful. When Wu Ming heard it, his furrowed brows relaxed a little. The pain only eased a little, and he didn't feel any change. Therefore, Wu Ming was still in pain. However, In the next second, the stumbling Wu Ming clearly felt someone pulling him. In an instant, Wu Ming fell backward and was embraced by a warm embrace. Tiamat hugged Wu Ming, who was sitting on the ground, like a mother hugging her child. Wu Ming, who was leaning back in the embrace, could even clearly feel the elasticity of the two firm balls on his back. But at this moment, Wu Ming didn't feel anything else in his heart. There was only warmth, as comfortable as being in a mother's embrace. Ever since he could remember, Wu Ming only had the love of his grandfather. There was no fatherly or motherly love. Even so, Wu Ming could still feel from Tiamat's embrace that this was indeed a motherly love that Wu Ming had never felt before. Therefore, Wu Ming was quite infatuated with this rare motherly love. As a result, Wu Ming slowly adapted to the pain caused by the black root mud eroding his body from his heart. In other words, Wu Ming's attention shifted from the pain to the motherly love to ease the pain until he completely ignored the pain. However, Wu Ming's purpose was not to eliminate the pain, but to try to find the secret of adulthood when the black root mud caused damage to the body. Therefore, we must be awake. Tiamat seemed to really treat Wu Ming as her own son who needed to be treated wholeheartedly. She even began to help Wu Ming achieve his goal. Tiamat, who was half kneeling behind Wu Ming, hugged Wu Ming tightly. She rested her chin on Wu Ming's head. Her pink starry eyes were filled with longing and love for Wu Ming. She opened her small mouth full of sharp teeth and slowly sang a song. This simple song was exactly the same as Tiamat's cry when she was at the Mesopotamian singularity. However, it was different from the aggressive song from before. This time, the song contained the great love of a mother and was not aggressive at all. Wu Ming, who heard this song, felt as if he had been fed a hangover soup. Wu Ming, who was still indulging in motherly love, became extremely clear-headed at this moment. He also understood that Tiamat was helping him. First, she used her motherly love to remove the pain caused by the erosion of the black root mud. Then, she used her song to wake Wu Ming up at this moment. In this way, Wu Ming could concentrate on his research and explore his goal. Wu Ming's eyes were clear as he looked at Tiamat's slender arms that reached out from his shoulders and wrapped around his neck. He smiled. It seems that this mother is set on. Tiamat's behavior made Wu Ming's impression of Tiamat rise to the maximum. Previously, Wu Ming was still considering whether to deny Tiamat as his mother, but now it was confirmed. After that, Wu Ming closed his eyes. He had to hurry up and see if he made the right bet. Wu Ming focused his consciousness on his body and saw the inside of his body. The black substance was spreading little by little from his heart to all parts of his body. The black substance was the black root mud that entered Wu Ming's body. Wu Ming's hand that was originally pressed on his heart had already been put down. Because the black root mud knew that once it left his body, it would be eliminated. Therefore, it entered Wu Ming's body through his heart and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, eroding Wu Ming's body. At this rate, Wu Ming's entire body would be occupied by the black root mud in a few minutes. Once the black root mud completely occupied Wu Ming's body, who knew what would happen? Wu Ming was willing to gamble because he had insurance. He would not put himself in mortal danger in the gamble. In the next second, a large amount of white substance appeared out of thin air in Wu Ming's body and began to fight against the black substance. This white substance was the origin power. Chapter 1046. Any part of Wu Ming's body could produce origin power, which was why it could appear out of thin air inside Wu Ming's body and fight against the black substance that represented the origin black mud. Origin power was Wu Ming's insurance. Wu Ming consciously controlled the birth and death of origin power, constantly mixing it with the origin black mud. The white substance and the black substance were like two countries at war, going back and forth, one taking over one side, the other taking over the other. In the end, the origin black mud and origin power each took over half of Wu Ming's body. It wasn't a case of you taking up the left and me taking up the right, or you taking up the top and me taking up the bottom. Instead, it was a mixture of you and me. At this moment, Wu Ming's body was filled with black and white substances. Black and white were constantly changing, and finally, the origin black mud and origin power were fighting against each other. However, this wasn't enough. The origin black mud wasn't in its home ground, and it was caught off guard by the origin power. All of its thoughts were focused on resisting the origin power. As a result, the corrosion of the origin black mud on Wu Ming's body weakened. He hadn't obtained anything from the corrosion earlier, and now that the corrosion had weakened, wouldn't it be even harder to obtain the secret? And so, Wu Ming came up with an idea. Wu Ming controlled the origin power and consciously guided the origin black mud through his body again and again. In just a few breaths' time, the origin black mud had completely covered Wu Ming's body, leaving nothing behind. However, what Wu Ming imagined didn't happen. Not only that, nothing happened at all. Nothing happened. Wu Ming was at a loss. Could it be that his gamble was wrong? Refusing to believe it, Wu Ming once again controlled the origin black mud to flow through his body, but the result was still fruitless. This is troublesome. Wu Ming felt a bit irritated. Wu Ming's goal was not to find the secret of adulthood and become stronger, but to kill Jisha, protect the world between worlds, and protect Chaldea. However, this method did not seem to achieve the goal of killing Jisha, protecting the various worlds and Chaldea. That was why Wu Ming was frustrated. It seemed that Wu Ming had made a wrong bet this time. In that case, Wu Ming needed to think of other ways to get through this difficult situation. After all, not only did he want to protect the worlds in between from harm, but he also wanted to take back Chaldea from Jisha, and he also had to kill Jisha. The difficulty of combining the three into one was extraordinarily high. Looks like I have to work on that first. No matter what, they had to destroy the launcher of the anthropoid cannon first. This was the most important thing. Only in this way could the worlds in between be safe and sound. Then, he had to deal a heavy blow to Jisha, take back Chaldea from Jisha, and then completely destroy Jisha. This needed to be done in one go, and the difficulty was not ordinary. After all, Wu Ming did not know how fast the launcher of the man-made cannons, which were the clusters of trees that looked like withered branches, could recover. He also did not know if Jisha's launcher was the only one that could release the man-made cannons. Wu Ming also did not know where Jisha hid Chaldea. Even more, Wu Ming did not know if Jisha had any trump cards. In short, this was not an easy task. However, just as Wu Ming was thinking, he did not notice that the black origin mud was slowly assimilating with the origin power in Wu Ming's body. The pain that he had adapted to gradually disappeared. Wu Ming, who was unaware of all this, left Tiamat's embrace and turned to look at Tiamat. Tiamat did not know why Wu Ming wanted to leave her embrace, but Tiamat did not need to know. She just looked at Wu Ming silently, her starry eyes filled with motherly love for Wu Ming. Seeing Tiamat like this, Wu Ming did not know what to say for a moment. The words of gratitude that he wanted to express were also stuck in his mouth. Tiamat completely treated Wu Ming as her son, but Wu Ming was not used to treating Tiamat as his mother. Tiamat helped him just now, so he should naturally thank Tiamat. However, Wu Ming felt that once he opened his mouth, Tiamat would become unhappy. After all, parents who truly loved their children did not ask for anything in return. Wu Ming was worried that Tiamat would think that Wu Ming was treating her as an outsider and feel sad. Anyway, Wu Ming was quite conflicted now. Looking at Tiamat's pink starry eyes, Wu Ming finally decided to thank her. That, however, before Wu Ming could finish his sentence, Tiamat seemed to have seen through Wu Ming's intentions. She happily hugged Wu Ming in her arms and kept muttering, "Child. Child." Tiamat's expression at the moment looked quite happy, and Wu Ming was currently buried in Tiamat's bosom, which was filled with motherly love, so he could not speak for a while. After exerting a tremendous amount of effort, Wu Ming finally left Tiamat's embrace. After persuading Tiamat in every possible way, he made Tiamat obediently sit on the side, and then Wu Ming walked towards Enkidu. "I made the wrong bet. I have to find another way to deal with Jisha." Wu Ming told Enkidu and Collis about what he had just experienced. At the same time, Wu Ming also told the two of them about his plan to remedy the situation. "Master, is it okay for that thing to stay in your body?" Collis was referring to the black origin soil in Wu Ming's body. "I can't get rid of it for a while, but with the protection of the origin energy, the black origin soil can't do anything else. After all, it had already penetrated deep into Wu Ming's body and could not be instantly removed by the origin energy. However, it was not difficult to completely remove it, but it was not something that could be completely removed in a short period of time. After all, with the origin energy, it would not affect Wu Ming much for a while, and the pain from the black origin soil was almost gone. Therefore, Wu Ming decided to deal with the black origin soil in his body after he successfully killed Jisha and took back Chaldea. Next, he would need the help of Enkidu and Collis to deal with Jisha. He would use all the power he could to severely injure Jisha and take back Chaldea from Jisha. Use my power as you wish, Master Wu Ming. After Enkidu finished speaking, he turned into a golden chain and wrapped around Wu Ming's arm, leaving Collis floating in the air. Although I don't have the ability to attack directly, I will stay by your side and assist you, Master. Collis flew directly onto Wu Ming's head and settled down. Then, Wu Ming looked at Tiamat, who was sitting obediently not far away. After Tiamat returned his gaze, Wu Ming also calmed down. Wu Ming transformed into a huge origin dragon, rushed into the void, and disappeared. Chapter 1047. The world that was formed by a few clones was destroyed by Jisha. This was something that could not be helped. Putting aside the fact that Jisha's humanoid cannon had the power to destroy an entire world with the support of his origin energy, the world that Wu Ming's clones created was just a very simple world. Apart from the storm and the ocean, there was nothing else. There was not even land. Even if Silent's doppelganger tried his best to stop Gaia's anthropoid cannon, even if it was just the aftershocks, after a few rounds, this simple world would not collapse because of the aftershocks. On the other hand, Jisha's time temple was still intact apart from the jade throne that Wu Ming smashed with his claw. After all, the Temple of Time was King Solomon's second noble artifact. Later on, it was obtained by Gaia. Now, it was tempered, modified, and strengthened by the power of origin. It would be difficult to destroy it completely. At the very least, if Gaia's artificial cannons wanted to destroy the Temple of Time, they would have to hit it at least 3 times. This was enough to prove how powerful the Time Temple was. Jisha, who had returned to the world, flew to the ruins of the Jade Throne and sat on a fragment as if the Jade Throne was not destroyed. Interesting, very interesting. I didn't expect you to be able to create a world. Jisha praised Wu Ming. No matter how simple a world was, it was still a world. As long as it was completed in the future, it might be possible to form a world that operated on its own. Facing Jisha's praise, Wu Ming's clones continued to pretend to be his original body. I've studied the inherent barrier. With my own ability, it's not difficult for me to create such a simple world. Wu Ming's clones were right. Wu Ming had been studying the inherent barrier since the beginning. The inherent barrier itself was a world that could exist on its own but required mana to maintain. Wu Ming's clones were originally God's powers. With this knowledge, it was not difficult for Wu Ming to create a simple world on his own. However, it was Wu Ming's first time using the inherent barrier to create a world. Compared to Jisha, Wu Ming was showing off in front of an expert. After all, Gaia's noble phantasm, or rather, the second noble phantasm that originally belonged to Solomon, the time to wear the crown has come to inspire all things, as Paulina, which was the Temple of Time, was actually an inherent enchantment. It was a space that gathered and integrated the history of mankind that had been converted into mana. It existed in an imaginary space that was isolated from the usual flow of time. It was originally an inherent barrier, but it later became a singularity. Later on, due to the origin power and Jisha's control of the relic, it became a special small world. If Jisha wanted to, the Time Temple could undoubtedly become a new world. However, Jisha did not want to do that. That was why he kept the Time Temple in its current state, leaving the moon-shaped world and coming to this world. Therefore, in a sense, Wu Ming was showing off in front of an expert. You're really strong, Jisha. Jisha chose the right battlefield and grasped Wu Ming's weakness, so Wu Ming did not dare to fight with all his strength against Jisha. It could be said that he had all the right time, place, and people. Jisha had the artificial cannon that could easily destroy the world, and the battlefield between Wu Ming and Jisha was still between countless worlds. In addition, Wu Ming was also threatened by Jisha to some extent, so he could not fight with Jisha at all. If one were to simply compare Wu Ming and Jisha, Wu Ming's individual combat ability was very strong, while Jisha's was good at AoE damage. In short, all the factors added together were quite unfavorable to Wu Ming. However, it was good that Jisha's moves were simple and did not have any strange abilities. Wu Ming could still deal with it, but if he wanted to defeat Jisha under such conditions, he still had to plan for the long term. In other words, he had to stall for time. Everything Wu Ming was doing now was to stall for time. Whether it was building the world, chatting with Jisha, or stopping Jisha from releasing the artificial cannon, they were all stalling for time. In order to avoid being too deliberate, Wu Ming also took the initiative to attack, but those were all harmless attacks that basically did not have any effect on Jisha. However, in the end, he still did not find any good way and could only rely on force to break through. Wu Ming's clone had received the plan of the main body, and the main body was also rushing here. What Wu Ming's clone needed to do was to cover for the next plan and make the best preparations. First, he needed to destroy Jisha's launcher that launched the artificial cannon, the huge sphere made of dead branches. Glancing at the sphere from the corner of his eye, Wu Ming's clone let go of the blade of salvation and let it float in the dragon-shaped phantasm around him. Then, Wu Ming's doppelganger raised a hand and chanted, "For victory, come to me quickly, immortal sun, please give me a shining steed. O spirited horse, with the lifeline of my origin dragon, I bestow upon the eternal glory. Bring forth my radiant wheel of light." Wu Ming's clone suddenly emitted light. In this universe-like world, it was like a sun. This was an enhanced version of the spirit that could double the power of the sun incarnation. A star appeared in front of Jisha. The light made Jisha unable to open his eyes for a while, although Wu Ming's clone did not know whether Jisha had eyes or not. The next second, the star rushed to Jisha. What? Gaia stood up from the jade throne fragment in the face of the star that was rushing towards her. She looked surprised. The reason was very simple. Regardless of whether Jisha was threatening him or not, Chaldea was on Jisha's side. If Jisha did not protect Chaldea, Chaldea would definitely be destroyed under the impact of this star. Did the other party not care about Chaldea's safety? Just as Jisha mobilized the demon god pillar and prepared to defend, the huge star suddenly flickered and disappeared. No, it didn't disappear. Gaia could feel that her back was burning hot at the moment. And the star did not disappear, but moved so fast that it teleported. The incarnations on Wu Ming's clone had not been removed. The phoenix incarnation was still there, but the burden on the body was not small. Wu Ming's clone used the sun incarnation. It seemed to be rushing to Jisha, but in fact, it was aiming at the reloaded anthropoid cannon behind Jisha. The star came into contact with the launcher of the anthropoid cannon, and the next second, thunder, hurricane, vortex, and undercurrent full of destruction all exploded in the star. And in this way, the whole star that was originally stable exploded. Chapter 1048. Wu Ming's clone used his various avatars as ammunition to detonate the sun avatar, using it as a bomb to explode behind Jisha. He wanted to destroy the artificial cannon's launcher, which was the cluster of branches. Without a doubt, Wu Ming's clone succeeded. After the violent explosion, the smoke and dust dispersed. Jisha had already been protected by the demon god pillars, preventing him from being affected by the explosion. Although it was an attack aimed at the artificial cannon's launcher, it also contained the power of the source. The aftermath was enough to make Jisha suffer, so he had to be on guard. Because the explosion had ended, only a few demon god pillars remained. The barrier dissipated, and Jisha's figure reappeared. Because it was just too powerful, and with the suppression of the power of the source, the demon god pillars did not have the time to split and grow. Just then, all the demon god pillars stood in front of Jisha, but even so, only a few demon god pillars remained. However, the demon god pillars successfully protected Jisha, not letting Jisha suffer any damage. And as long as there was a demon god pillar, and as long as Jisha existed, the 72 demon god pillars would regenerate. However, the few fragments left behind by the Jade Throne had basically all shattered. As for Wu Ming's clone's target, the artificial cannon's launcher, it had disappeared. In Jisha's senses, the artificial cannon's launcher had been destroyed by Wu Ming in the explosion of the star just now. That's self-destruction, right? The explosion of the star just now was without a doubt self-destruction. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? If Wu Ming really had such a powerful move, he could have used it right from the start. Why would he waste so much time with Jisha? However, why would he self-destruct? Even Jisha did not expect Wu Ming to choose to self-destruct. After all, no matter who stood in Wu Ming's perspective, no one would do that, right? After all, Jisha's goal was to kill Wu Ming. His self-destruction was what Jisha wanted, but Wu Ming should have aimed at Jisha before self-destructing. Also, was Wu Ming going to die just like that? That was too ridiculous. Even Jisha would not believe it. Then what was going on? Just as Jisha was thinking, a meteor streaked across the cosmos like sky between worlds. The meteor's target was Jisha. When the meteor was still a long distance away from Gaia, Gaia discovered the meteor's tracks. After all, it was too strange for a meteor to appear at this time. Was this Wu Ming's trump card? However, the star that Wu Ming had just created had indeed self-destructed. Jisha could clearly sense Wu Ming's aura disappearing bit by bit. Is this a unique phenomenon between worlds? Jisha decided to observe for now. However, just as Jisha was thinking, the meteor arrived before Jisha in an instant. It was not a meteor. It was Wu Ming in his huge dragon form. Roar! Wu Ming roared furiously and swiped at Jisha with his claws imbued with the power of origin. Because the demon god pillars had not fully recovered, a few demon god pillars could not block the claw imbued with the power of origin. Rip! Immediately, the demon god pillars were severed and Jisha was sent flying. Wu Ming's figure stopped where Jisha was originally. With a swipe of his claws, he shattered the demon god pillars that had been severed into pieces and disappeared. He had to destroy all of the demon god pillars while there were only a few left. The demon god pillars' recovery speed was suppressed by the power of origin. Now, Jisha did not have a single demon god pillar that he could use. And Jisha was finally injured by Wu Ming. Gaia, who had been sent flying, steadied herself and touched her chest. An extremely exaggerated wound stretched from Jisha's shoulder to his waist. A piercing pain surged into Jisha's head. Before Wu Ming's claws reached Jisha, the remaining demon god pillars protected Jisha, allowing Jisha to avoid Wu Ming's direct attack. As a result, this wound was not caused by Wu Ming's claws, but by the power of origin imbued within Wu Ming's claws, or in other words, by grazing Jisha. Otherwise, Gaia wouldn't only have one wound on her body. A blue figure appeared from the hole in Jisha's chest. It was the crystal ball that stored Chaldea's base. As Jisha touched the wound, the Chaldea's crystal ball fused into Jisha's body again. Clearly, Jisha had hidden Chaldea even deeper in his body. The sharp-eyed Wu Ming obviously saw this. So it was there. Now, all the demon god pillars had been destroyed and the artificial cannon's launcher had been destroyed. Chaldea's location had also been found. Now, as long as he took Chaldea back, Jisha would lose everything he relied on. And, Wu Ming had discovered a new move. With a wave of Wu Ming's dragon claw, a dozen meteors flew towards Jisha. At a closer look, those were not meteors at all. They were clearly Wu Ming. Or in other words, they were Wu Ming's clones. And these clones were not as strong as Wu Ming. They were even much weaker than Wu Ming. So, even if there were more of them, Jisha was not afraid. At the same time, he also knew why that Wu Ming had self-destructed so easily. Because that was also a clone. Just like the soundless creatures that were flying towards it. Mere clones. Jisha clasped his hands together and opened them again. Countless origin black mud spurted out from Jisha's palms like lasers. In an instant, a few Wu Ming's clones were hit. However, there were also clones that survived. These clones took the opportunity to approach Jisha. Immediately, The surroundings emitted a star-like light. Could it be? Jisha realized something. In the next second, several stars surrounded Jisha and exploded. This was Wu Ming's new move. Using the clones as bombs, he used the sun incarnation with all his strength. With the power of self-destruction, he attacked Jisha. Such a disgusting move was simply Wu Ming's signature move. It was a pity that Wu Ming had not discovered this point before. Art was explosions. Sure enough, each of the 12 clones was useful. It was just a matter of whether they knew how to use it or not. After the explosion, Jisha flew out from the smoke that had not yet dissipated. His face was full of anger. Perhaps he was disgusted by Wu Ming's move. Aren't you afraid of hurting Chaldea? Jisha was right. The explosion of Wu Ming's clones was not that powerful, but it was not small either. It was almost comparable to the gas explosion in Winterwood City. Even if Chaldea was in Jisha's body, if he really destroyed Chaldea, it would not be a joke. However, Wu Ming smiled at Jisha. The explosion caused by self-destruction is almost all the power of the source. How could it hurt Chaldea? That's right. Whether it was the sun incarnation or the other clones, or Wu Ming's sun incarnation, they were all driven by the purest power of the source. From a human's point of view, these explosions were very ordinary. They could not hurt Chaldea's defense at all. But for Jisha, who had the black soil, it would definitely cause double the damage. When Wu Ming slapped Jisha away with his claw, he clearly saw that Jisha was injured, while Chaldea's crystal ball was fine. Obviously, as long as he attacked with pure source power, he would not hurt Chaldea. Reducing the power of the explosion and increasing the concentration of source power would not affect Chaldea much. This was the effective method Wu Ming accidentally found to deal with Jisha. Chapter 1049. You deserve to be called my enemy. Jisha was not angry that Wu Ming had found such a shameless way. Instead, he praised him. So, you should just accept your death, Jisha. Wu Ming's body was glowing. Its gigantic dragon body instantly disintegrated and turned into countless clones of Wu Ming. Each of the clones knew how to use the sun and charged towards Jisha. "Mph, I think you're mistaken about something." In response, Gaia snorted with a smile. "Even if my third relic doesn't have a launcher, it can still be activated." Jisha's muscles tensed up and a large amount of energy gathered in the muzzle-like gap on its chest. The time of birth has come. I'll use this to correct nature. Jisha crossed his arms and suddenly opened them. Arsalmadel Solomones. Boom. Countless rays of light appeared from Jisha's chest and gathered into purple energy rays. Each ray of light was comparable to the heat of the Star Holy Sword. The energy rays that were gathered by countless rays of light were full of deterrence. The imaginary number 1 relic created by Gaia, Ars Nova, would collect the energy obtained from burning human history and convert it into an attack before launching it out. This attack was the creation of Gaia's third noble artifact. It was used to correct all things, Ars Almadel Solomones, which was also known as the humanistic canon. The so-called launcher was just a dispensable tool. To Gaia, even if it did not have a launcher, as a relic that it had mastered, it could still retract and release it as it pleased. The third relic penetrated countless clones of Wu Ming and blasted into the distance. Once again, there was a big explosion in the world. Wu Ming did not expect Jisha's humanoid cannon to be able to fire without a launcher. After all, he did not expect Jisha to be able to turn the energy from burning human history into a relic. He could only say that he did not know enough about it. Thanks to Wu Ming's carelessness, many more worlds were destroyed by this attack. Ha 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 ha. Dragon of origin, you are too naive. Gaia laughed delightedly. It did not expose that the humanoid cannon was Jisha's relic. This was one of the trump cards that Jisha had left behind. Looking at the clones of Wu Ming disappearing into the flood of relic, Jisha once again gathered energy in its chest and was ready to fire again to kill Wu Ming. Silent Ming dispelled the dragon body and created a clone. He wanted to take the opportunity to pretend to be a clone and get close to Gaia to rescue Chaldea. Gaia had already guessed it. Although Gaia couldn't tell which one was the main body, She could just destroy all of the clones, and that would be enough. Die Ars Almadel Salomones, the time of birth has come, thus correcting all things. However, just as Jisha was about to release the second relic, tens of weapons flew toward Jisha out of thin air. It seemed like they were long-range attacks. Jisha did not think that those things could hurt him, so he did not care about those weapons at all. In fact, the weapons hit Jisha, but they did not have any effect at all. They could not even break through Jisha's defense. There was not even a spark. However, in the next second, a transparent spherical light film with a diameter of more than 10 meters enveloped Jisha. What's this? Jisha recognized the spherical light that enveloped him. It was Wu Ming's defensive skill. It seemed to be a relic. Wu Ming had used this skill to block Jisha's attack in the beginning. Jisha had witnessed the defensive power of this thing. If Jisha were to release his own relic, he might not be able to break through the spherical light film. However, if Jisha were to give up on releasing his relic, he would obviously fall into Wu Ming's trap. Therefore, Jisha maintained his relic until he was about to release it. Since there was no blind spot in the defensive light film, Wu Ming would definitely make a move when he entered. It would not be too late to release it then. When? Later on, Jisha began to think. Could it be those weapons just now? Jisha had some guesses. This was a relic with a physical form. Moreover, it was very likely that it had mixed in with the dozens of weapons just now and approached Jisha together. That was why Jisha was enveloped by the light film. In reality, Jisha had guessed correctly. Wu Ming used the Mantula formation to release a large number of weapons and hid his paradox armor among them. Wu Ming believed that Jisha would not stop releasing his relic because of a few weapons that were not enough to deter him. As expected, Jisha was hit because of this. Suddenly, the 9 rings on Jisha's fingers flashed. The 9 rings left behind by King Solomon were not just for show. Even if they were almost useless against Wu Ming, they could provide Jisha with part of his wisdom. Jisha began to think again. There was no need for Wu Ming to get close to Jisha to take back Chaldea. Wu Ming could totally attack Jisha first. After all, Wu Ming knew that he could use pure origin power to hurt Jisha without affecting Chaldea. In the next second, a gap appeared in the spherical light film that enveloped Jisha. An extremely large flood surged into the spherical light film. The flood contained a large amount of pure origin power and could cause great harm to Jisha. However, the flood would cause very little harm to Chaldea. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing this, Jisha was even more certain that he had understood Wu Ming's intention. At that moment, the relic that he had gathered earlier was instantly launched toward the gap. Hundreds of millions of rays of light that were comparable to the star creation holy sword instantly blocked the gap that appeared in the spherical light film. Before the flood that entered through the gap could splash onto Jisha, the gap was blocked. Now, Jisha thought that he had more or less understood Wu Ming's moves. If it was the same move again, Jisha was confident that he would not fall for it. Just as Jisha was thinking that, there was a fluctuation in front of Jisha. Wu Ming appeared out of nowhere and slashed Jisha with the divine blade of salvation. Swoosh bang at the same time, the spherical light film that surrounded Jisha shattered, and Jisha was sent flying again. It was exactly the same as the previous scene. However, this time, Wu Ming had an additional item in his hand. The Chaldea crystal ball was in Wu Ming's hand when he slashed Jisha. "It's all thanks to you, Collis." Wu Ming praised Collis. "It's my duty and honor, Master." Collis answered respectfully. Wu Ming's goal from the beginning was never to attack Jisha, but to take back Chaldea. Wu Ming had indeed hidden in his clone for Jisha to see, letting Jisha know that Wu Ming's goal was Chaldea. After that, the armor of paradox and the flood mixed with the source of power were just a feint to make Jisha think that Wu Ming's goal was Jisha. Taking advantage of Jisha releasing its noble artifact and thinking that it had seen through Wu Ming's scheme, Wu Ming used all his strength to drive the Phoenix incarnation to expand the gap and instantly appeared in front of Jisha, and finally succeeded in snatching Chaldea from Jisha's hands. The reason why Wu Ming praised Collis was entirely because, whether it was the timing of Jisha's relaxation or the subtle operation of the gap in the light film, it was all done by Collis. In short, Collis deserved Wu-ming's praise. Ignoring Jisha, Wu-ming took the lead to check Chaldea. After all, Chaldea had fallen into Jisha's hands. Who knew if Jisha had done anything to Chaldea? However, just as Wu-ming was investigating the inside of the crystal ball, a demon god pillar suddenly emerged from the crystal ball, completely eating Wu-ming. Chapter 1050. The demon god pillar came so suddenly that Wu-ming did not even have time to react before he was completely engulfed by the demon god pillar. At this time, Jisha, who stabilized himself after flying backwards, laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect it, did you? Dragon of Origin. I have already released Floro's seal. I have been waiting for you to take back Chaldea. That's right, as early as when Jisha took back Chaldea, Jisha had already released Floros from the Holy Grail. The wisdom provided by King Solomon's 9 rings to Jisha was not that simple. Jisha's plan was inseparable from that wisdom. After Floros broke free from the seal, it had been lurking in Chaldea, transforming into Lev. While chatting with the people in Chaldea and persuading them to surrender, it was silently waiting for the right time. And this time was the moment when Wu-ming took back Chaldea. Therefore, the reason why Wu-ming was able to take back Chaldea was also part of Jisha's plan. In order to not let you see any clues, I spent a lot of effort to let you successfully take back Chaldea. Now, enjoy the feast of the Black Origin mud that I left for you. The Black Origin mud was Wu-ming's natural enemy, but to completely kill him, the first way was to use the Black Origin mud to continuously attack Wu-ming. The second way was to use more Black Origin mud than Wu-ming could bear to swallow Wu-ming in one fell swoop. This was like insecticide and mosquitoes. Spraying insecticide at mosquitoes, because of the airflow and other external factors, mosquitoes would not die instantly. Therefore, it was necessary to continuously spray insecticide at mosquitoes to achieve the goal of killing them. However, if the mosquitoes were directly soaked in the insecticide, even if they were not poisoned to death, they would drown. It was simple and crude. The first move was obviously unreliable against Wu-ming. After all, Wu-ming wasn't weak, so there was no way he could use the Black Origin soil to continuously attack Wu-ming. As such, he had no choice but to use the second move. Therefore, Jisha planned this conspiracy and gave almost all of the Origin black soil to Floros for safekeeping. He only kept a little for himself to use as a means of attack. Jisha was prepared to use the Black Origin mud to devour Wu-ming and kill him. And now, their scheme had succeeded. What a pity, Origin Dragon. I still can't forget the pain you gave me. I have to thank you properly. There was clearly something wrong with the demon god pillar Flaulos's voice. It was meaningless. Flaulos's brain must have become abnormal in the seal of endless darkness. One should know that Flaulos was sealed by one of the 12 incarnations, the warrior incarnation, with the golden sword. That was the golden sword that separated Flaulos from the concept of the 72 demon god pillars. The seal on the golden sword was a seal that transcended time and space. Who knew how long Flaulos had stayed in the seal for? Although I can't punish you personally, letting you drown in the Black Origin soil is the biggest punishment for you. Ha 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 ha. To Wu-ming, the Black Origin soil could be said to be the poison of all poisons. Letting Wu-ming drown in the Black Origin soil, Wu-ming would undoubtedly suffer intense pain in both his body and soul before he died. There was indeed no punishment more severe than this. The demon god pillar Flaulos kept squirming. A trace of the Black Origin soil leaked out from Flaulos's body. From the very beginning, after swallowing Wu-ming, Flaulos began to squirm. That was the Black Origin soil that existed in Flaulos's body rioting. It was like a stone that was thrown into a lake. After Wu-ming was swallowed by the demon god pillar, Wu-ming's consciousness became blurry. The words of Jisha and Flaulos were also intermittently transmitted into Wu-ming's mind. It couldn't be helped. This time, Flaulos and Jisha really put in a lot of effort. The amount of Black Origin soil that Flaulos preserved could be said to be beyond Wu-ming's imagination. Once Wu-ming was swallowed, he couldn't maintain his consciousness. After all, the amount of Black Origin soil was just too much. Wu-ming was suffering extreme pain in his soul and body all the time. His blurry consciousness was also caused by this pain. I've underestimated Gaia. Wu Ming's mind was in a disjointed state. Master, you can do what you did last time and transfer your consciousness to the backup machine again. This way, you can avoid the Black Origin soil's damage to your soul. Collis instantly calculated the answer. What about you guys? Wu Ming forced himself to be alert and talked to Collis and Enkidu. We can help you protect your body, Enkidu answered. Don't even think about it. Wu Ming interrupted Enkidu without hesitation. If that was the case, Wu Ming's consciousness and soul could be preserved. However, this body would be finished. This body that had lost its mental resistance would definitely be completely consumed by the Black Origin soil. Even if Enkidu and Collis stayed behind to protect Wu Ming's body, they would definitely not be able to block it as easily as last time when Wu Ming's body fell into the box world. In other words, Enkidu and Collis would definitely die with Wu Ming's body. Only Wu Ming would be left alive. I promised you guys that I would never abandon you guys and escape alone. Master, shut up. Master Wu Ming, I refuse. Collis and Enkidu shut their mouths. After all, they knew how stubborn Wu Ming was. When it came to matters like this, once Wu Ming had made up his mind, he would definitely not change it unless there was a chance for a change. But now, a chance for a change was really hard to come by. Talking to Collis and Enkidu had strengthened Wu Ming's consciousness quite a bit. In other words, he could still hold on for now. There was no such thing as a dead end. If there was a dead end, then it was definitely because the person involved had not found a way out. Wu Ming decided to find a way out before his consciousness completely disappeared. Immediately, Wu Ming checked his abilities. Because of the Black Origin soil's continuous corrosion, I can't use them at all. Whether it was the 12 incarnations, magic, or magic, he could not use them at all. In the instant that Wu Ming gathered his energy to use them, the Black Origin soil would corrode the energy that Wu Ming gathered. Hence, he could not use them at all. Some of the gadgets and items that Wu Ming kept in his Dragonist dimension could not be used in the current situation. Naturally, the physical relics and weapons could not be used. They were all hidden in the divine blade of salvation that was one with Wu Ming. Meanwhile, Wu Ming's divine blade of salvation was already curled up in Wu Ming's body, not daring to come out at all. Even the armor of paradox that was created by Artoria to create a time paradox seemed to have lost its motivation to live and was waiting for death. As expected, there was too much Black Origin soil. Because Wu Ming used all of these things, almost all of them had a trace of origin power. In the face of so much Black Origin soil, there was no doubt that they were restrained. Naturally, it was reasonable for them to be afraid. As of now, Wu Ming really could not find a way to solve the current crisis. However, at this moment, Wu Ming suddenly felt that the Black Origin soil's corrosion on him seemed to have weakened. That was because Wu Ming's pain suddenly decreased a lot, and it was still weakening. Wu Ming's consciousness also slowly dissipated and became completely awake. The Black Origin soil was gradually accepting Wu Ming, or rather, Wu Ming was gradually adapting to the Black Origin soil. Wu Ming discovered that the source of all this phenomenon was a small part of the Black Origin soil that existed in his body. Chapter 1051. For some reason, the black mud that Wu Ming had left in his body had fused with the source power in Wu Ming's body. Because the fusion was slow and Wu Ming was focused on fighting Jisha, he did not notice this. However, most importantly, the black mud that had fused with the source power did not pose a threat to Wu Ming. On the contrary, the fused energy even helped Wu Ming get through his current predicament. The black mud was still rioting, but it did not harm Wu Ming anymore. Instead, it even replenished Wu Ming's energy. Although it was slow, this was the truth. So it's only starting now. Wu Ming finally understood that this was the result of Wu Ming's previous attempt to use the Black Origin mud to summon power. At that time, it was probably because there was too little Black Origin mud. Now, Wu Ming was directly soaking in the Black Origin mud. In addition, the Black Origin mud in Wu Ming's body, which had fused with the power of origin, had a stimulating effect. With these two factors working together, It successfully caused a phenomenon that Wu Ming had never seen before. This power seems to be the source power. Wu Ming sensed the power after the black mud fused with the source power and found that this power seemed to be the source power. It is indeed the source power, but it's different from my source power. After the fusion, Wu Ming felt that the new power was the source power, and it was almost the same as before. However, if one had to compare it to the source power of the past, then the source power of the past was still underage, while the source power of the current source power could be considered adult. Could this be the secret of adulthood? No, it was definitely not that simple. After all, apart from the source power of the adult version in Wu Ming's body, there were no other changes. Could it be because there wasn't enough of it? After all, this had happened before, so Wu Ming's guess was not wrong. Wu Ming let go of his body and mind. He closed his eyes and allowed the black mud to enter his body. Under the guidance of the new power, it continuously produced new source power. Afterwards, he used this source power to cleanse his body again and again. Wu Ming's goal was very simple. Since the source power was adult and Wu Ming's body was underage, would using the adult source power to cleanse Wu Ming's underage body be able to allow Wu Ming to transform? That was what Wu Ming guessed. No matter what, he had to give it a try. However, most of the time, the truth was just that simple. After being continuously baptized by origin, power, Wu Ming's body had indeed changed slightly. Wu Ming opened his eyes and sensed his body. No matter how he looked at it, nothing had changed, but Wu Ming could feel in his heart that the current him and the him a few minutes ago were on two completely different levels. Is this the power of the great origin? Wu Ming's pupils had turned golden, and the center of his pupils was still red, but it was no longer wine red. Instead, it was a fiery red that was full of vitality. At this moment, Wu Ming felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Many things seemed to automatically appear in Wu Ming's mind. It was about the origin dragon, the origin black soil, and the great origin. If the type moon world's origin was the origin of everything that gave birth to the type moon world, then the great origin was the origin of all the worlds that gave birth to it. Regardless of whether it was the world that Wu Ming had first stayed in, the type moon world, or the other worlds that Wu Ming had experienced, they were all born from the great origin. They took root and sprouted between the worlds, becoming powerful worlds that gave birth to life and flourished. The origin dragon was actually a guardian deity that protected and complemented the great origin. At the same time, it was also a guardian deity that protected the worlds that were born from the great origin. This was why the two great restraints of the type moon world had so generously allowed Wu Ming to cheat, open a backdoor, and even form a contract with him. It was because the two great restraints knew about Wu Ming's identity. If Wu Ming was in the two great restraints' shoes, he would have done the same thing. Although it was a cliché, the origin dragon was truly an existence that protected the stable development of each world. It was responsible for resolving the apocalyptic crisis of each world, and it had unparalleled power that could easily resolve a world's crisis. Although the type moon world had given birth to parallel worlds and used this method to escape the apocalypse, it wouldn't be a loss to curry favor with Wu Ming, so it had done so. As for worlds without parallel worlds, the origin dragon wouldn't take action when species changed or went extinct, because the world wouldn't be destroyed as a result, and new species would be born. It was only when an irreversible apocalyptic crisis occurred that the origin dragon would either appear with a certain identity to save the world, or it would directly take action. In short, the apocalyptic crisis of the world would always be resolved. To put it simply, the origin dragon was a so-called god to each world. From a certain perspective, it could be considered a god in the truest sense. After all, the origin dragon and the great origin dragon complemented each other. It represented the great origin, and the great origin represented it. However, even if it was the origin of all worlds, even if it was the great origin that transcended all existences, there would still be death. Existence was the embodiment of life, and this existence would definitely experience death. However, the great origin's death wasn't the usual way of death. The great origin's death was to enter a deep slumber, after which it would restart after a certain period of time. If there was a word to describe this, it would be reincarnation. After a reincarnation was complete, The Great Origin would continue to give birth to new worlds, while the Origin Dragon would continue to carry out its duties and protect the world. By the way, the Origin Dragon that complemented the Great Origin would also die as a result, and it would recover its strength as the Great Origin restarted. As for Wu Ming, what he experienced was the process of the Origin Dragon restarting after its death. In any case, even if Wu Ming didn't work hard, he would still recover his strength after a certain period of time. Therefore, the Origin Dragons weren't a single species. Since ancient times, there had only been one Origin Dragon living in the Great Origin, and that was the current Wu Ming. This explained why Wu Ming hadn't seen a single Origin Dragon when he first came to the Great Origin. The Origin Dragon's aura that Wu Ming sensed back then was also left behind by him. After all, this was his home. In that case, the Origin Dragon that White Yakshaw saw might very well be my past self. At that time, Wu Ming might very well have been on his way to resolve an apocalyptic crisis in a certain world, and White Yakshaw saw him along the way. Although he knew the truth, Wu Ming was still worried. There was only one Origin Dragon in existence. What if something happened to the Origin Dragon while it was still in hibernation? What would they do? Could it be that the root of origin would create another one? In that case, the Origin Dragon in the past might not have been Wu Ming. Wu Ming was destined to not get an answer at the moment. Also, what was up with the Black Origin Mud, the natural enemy of the Origin Dragons? Moreover, the Black Origin Mud was currently fusing with the Origin power in Wu Ming's body, stimulating Wu Ming's growth and giving Wu Ming new strength. Was this a natural enemy or a boost? Unfortunately, that was all the information that appeared in Wu Ming's mind. It was probably because Wu Ming hadn't fully matured yet. Either that, or he would only know the rest after returning to the Great Origin. Collis, En, Wu Ming called out. Master. Lord Wu Ming. A golden heaven lock vaguely appeared on Wu Ming's arm, while the crown on Wu Ming's head glowed. The two were responding to Wu Ming. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew that Wu Ming had survived the danger. That was all they needed to know. It's time to go out and end this. Chapter 1052. In the outside world, Jisha, who had rested for a while, sat down on a random spot in the Time God's palace. Jisha had paid a price for creating a situation where he could kill Wu Ming completely. He had been injured by Wu Ming several times. After all, he had put on a good show. But fortunately, the plan had succeeded. When Jisha thought about how he could get rid of all future troubles, the pain on his body did not hurt as much. Next, we'll reach the root and achieve our great cause. Although Jisha was Wu Ming's enemy, his thoughts were also based on the great cause. That was why Jisha did not think that he had done anything wrong. At this moment, he only felt slightly emotional and perplexed because the great cause was about to be achieved. He was emotional that after thousands of years of hard work, he had finally achieved his goal. He was perplexed about what he should do next after achieving his goal. When anyone's final goal was about to be achieved, if he did not die, he would definitely feel perplexed about the future. Moreover, Jisha was someone who had no friends, relatives, family, or hobbies. He only had the ultimate goal of saving the world through the burning of human principles. I miss the king a little. Jisha used the burning of human principles after all. It was just a magic technique. Although he called himself the Demon God King, he did not have many subordinates under him. Although the 72 Demon God Pillars were Jisha's subordinates in name and treated Jisha as their king, Jisha was an amalgamation of the 72 Demon God Pillars' consciousnesses. When Jisha spoke to different people, he would show different personalities. This was also because Jisha was an amalgamation of the 72 Demon God Pillars' consciousnesses. Jisha could be said to be a loner. It could only be said that Jisha's relationship with the 72 Demon God Pillars was rather strange. Jisha was one of the 72 Demon God Pillars, but not the 72 Demon God Pillars. Jisha was an individual, but also a whole like the 72 Demon God Pillars. As a result, once Jisha died, the 72 Demon God Pillars as a whole would collapse and cease to exist. But as long as Jisha was still alive, even if the 72 Demon God Pillars all died at once, with Jisha's current strength, he would be able to summon them back. At the same time, Jisha was an amalgamation of the consciousness of the 72 demon god pillars. This meant that the demon god pillars were actually a kind of technique. The 72 demon god pillars were the same as Jisha's, both of them burning the principles of humanity. As tactics, once they achieved the goal they had set a long time ago, they would definitely fall into emptiness. This was because they were the ones being used, not the ones dominating. Even if they won, it would not change the fact that they were tactics. That was why Jisha said, "I miss the king." As for the king that Jisha mentioned, it was naturally King Solomon. If that's the case, why don't you go and see him yourself? Hearing this, Jisha was shocked. The demon god pillar Floros also shook violently. However, Floros was not shocked. It was because Wu-Ming was cutting open its stomach. Poochie, after the sound, a hole suddenly appeared on the huge demon god pillar. It was opened from the inside. The demon god pillar, Flaulos, was like a deflated balloon or a frosted eggplant. The entire demon god pillar shrank because of this hole, and withered. And from the hole that suddenly appeared on the demon god pillar Floros, a stream of light instantly flew out. It floated in the sky and revealed a figure. It was Wu-Ming. "You're actually still alive." Jisha was in disbelief. This feeling was like, you clearly soaked a mosquito in insecticide, but after a while, the mosquito reappeared in front of you alive and kicking. It even changed from a centimeter in size into a monster. Who wouldn't be shocked? And after being shocked, Jisha became angry. The existence that you thought you could kill didn't die, but was still alive and kicking. Who wouldn't be angry? As for Floros, it was already too busy to care about itself. It didn't have time to be angry or shocked. Floros was like a fish out of water. Its whole body struggled in pain. Then, after struggling a few times, it stopped moving. In the next second, Floros melted and turned into a pool of black matter floating in the air. Wu-Ming waved his hand and attracted the black matter. It integrated into his body, and a lot of new origin power was generated. That's right, the black matter after Floros melted was the origin black mud. Wu-Ming used it and absorbed it into his body. You actually assimilated with the origin black mud. Did you reverse it? No matter how stupid Jisha was, he could see that this was Wu-Ming's trick. At this moment, in Jisha's understanding, Wu-Ming was now in a reversed state, which was quite popular among the servants. The so-called altar. Wu-Ming's pupils were now golden, and his pupils were fiery red, which was probably the characteristic of his altar. Otherwise, how could he turn Floros into the origin black mud and absorb it? One must know that the origin black mud was like poison to Wu-Ming. I just happened to get a new power. For Jisha's guess, Wu-Ming did not give a positive answer. Although it was not a secret, Wu-Ming also knew that his change was not something worth telling the enemy. However, Wu-Ming's ambiguous words, in Jisha's ears, was admitting that Wu-Ming had been altered. "Come and try my new power, Jisha." Wu-Ming shouted and waved his hand. Countless origin black mud like monstrous waves appeared out of thin air behind Wu-Ming, raised high, and rushed toward Jisha. This posture was bound to cover Jisha in an instant. Now, Jisha also realized that he may no longer be Wu-Ming's opponent, but even so, Jisha would not give up. My great cause, my ideals, the meaning of my birth, will never end with being destroyed by you. Jisha seemed to be going all out, his body trembled violently, and then began to burn. This was Gaia, the burning of human principles style, using all the power of the burning of human principles. My name is Jisha, humanity burning humanity. Demonic King Jisha. Jisha's muscles were tight, as if all of his energy was about to explode. Then, Jisha hugged his chest and clenched his fists. The muzzle-like thing on Jisha's chest began to gather purple energy that was so red that it was black. Gaia had gathered so much energy that her entire body was cracking. She suddenly spread out her arms, and the purple energy that had gathered in front of her chest, which was so purple that it was turning black and red, suddenly shot out. Third relic, activate. The time of birth has come, use this to correct everything. This is my everything. Ars. Alma Del. Solomones. Jisha's relic was released at a scale that had never been seen before on Wu Ming. Jisha's body was cracking at an accelerated speed. Such an enormous amount of energy was not something that Jisha could release in one go. Perhaps, even if Jisha won, it would be overloaded and cause its body to collapse. Jisha was going for broke. This was a battle where there was no victory, and it was a battle where one's life was at stake. This was Jisha's farewell, and at the same time, it was Jisha's unwillingness. All of this ended as the unimaginable giant pillar of black-red aurora collided with the black mud that was like a monstrous wave. There was no explosion as expected. There was only a white light that was produced when the two collided. The white light seemed to have covered the entire world in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. However, the most important thing was that everything had ended. Chapter 1053. An unknown amount of time had passed. Inside the root of origin, on the central platform, Wu Ming, who had transformed into his human form, was squatting on the giant dragon head of his backup machine. He placed one hand on the machine as if he was inspecting it. Magic circles appeared around Wu Ming's backup machine. Not long after, the magic circles disappeared. Wu Ming's hand left the backup machine as he stood up. That should do it. Wu Ming patted his dust-free hands. Master, is that all you need to do with the backup machine? Collis's voice came from the side. There's no problem. Now, this backup machine of mine can replace me to protect the world between worlds. All of this started from, Wu Ming did not pay attention to the time. In short, it started from when Wu Ming ended his battle with Jisha. Just as Jisha said, Wu Ming had assimilated with the Black Origin mud, and Wu Ming's new moves were related to the new Origin power. Whether it was turning Floros into the Black Origin mud, or summoning a terrifying amount of Black Origin mud to defeat Jisha, who almost killed himself, it was all because of the fusion of the Black Origin mud and the Origin power. Wu Ming's new Origin power. Although he did not understand the theory behind it, Wu Ming was not someone who was easily confused. Everything would be clear when he returned to the root of origin. However, after Wu Ming defeated Jisha, he did not kill it. Instead, he kept it alive. As for why he saved Jisha, it was not because of Wu Ming's kindness, but because Roman suddenly appeared in front of Wu Ming. Jisha, who had lost all its energy and almost died, was no different from before, or even worse. Roman used his connection with Jisha to successfully escape from Chaldea. Roman's words were simple. Spare his life, please. As for the reason, Roman did not say. According to Roman, he seemed to have obtained information about Jisha when Floros was persuading him to surrender in Chaldea. After that, after Jisha was defeated by Wu Ming, he used the power of the 10th ring, which was the ring that Jisha was missing, to walk out of Chaldea and meet with Wu Ming. Wu Ming gave Roman a lot of face. He immediately agreed to Roman's request, or rather, he agreed to King Solomon's request. However, Roman's appearance was no longer that of Roman Aikman, but that of King Solomon, whom Wu Ming had seen at the Singularity in London. After all, Roman had used the power of King Solomon's ring. Naturally, Solomon, which was Roman's original appearance, was revealed. This also meant that Roman had exposed the secret that he was King Solomon in Chaldea. When Wu Ming asked Solomon about the expressions of the people in Chaldea when he transformed, Solomon's face was subtle. Wu Ming, who did not expose Solomon's secret, ended the questioning and sent Chaldea back to the original world. The world's people also recovered because of Jisha's loss of power. Chaldea could be said to have succeeded in saving the world. Although it was not direct, it could be regarded as saving the world indirectly. After that, Wu Ming did not rush to return to the Great Root. Instead, he stayed in Chaldea to help Chaldea deal with the remaining problems. After all, in that world, people's perception was that they just slept for a year. Not to mention ordinary people, the clock tower would definitely ask about it. What could those magicians do to Chaldea, the hero who saved the world? Even if he used his toes to think, Wu Ming knew what they would do to him. There was no doubt that the servants summoned in Chaldea would be repatriated, and Chaldea would be disintegrated. Chaldea's instruments and components would be preserved, sealed, and even studied by one magic family, organization, and even the clock tower. After all, Chaldea was a dangerous organization that crossed the timeline and had a large number of servants that could be regarded as weapons of war. Even if Chaldea saved the world, the magicians of the clock tower would certainly not allow Chaldea to continue to exist. Moreover, there was no direct evidence to prove that Chaldea saved the world. What about Chaldea's data records? Video records? Sorry, it could also be achieved by using magic. There were also many magicians who believed that something did happen in this blank year, but Chaldea only survived for a year because of the magnetic field, that is, he spent this period of time awake and wanted to take credit for it. In short, Chaldea would face a lot of trouble. Although it was said that Olga Marie, Da Vinci, Roman, and others would not be difficult to solve all the problems, but it was still slightly difficult for them to solve all the problems once and for all. Olga Marie's third method was not yet understood, so she was not the third magician. Although Da Vinci was omnipotent, she was, after all, a weapon recognized by the clock tower. After Roman became Roman and asked Wu Ming to spare Jisha's life, he resumed his identity as Roman. With his temperament, it was impossible for him to let King Solomon appear again. Roman was just a Roman, the highest person in charge of Chaldea's medical department. These three, whether taken out individually or together, were not enough. At least, most of the magicians in the clock tower would not buy it. Therefore, they needed Wu Ming's help. Wu Ming went directly to the clock tower. In a room that Wu Ming often visited in the clock tower, Wu Ming found that person. Second enchanter, gemstone Onkishaya Zelrik Subain Ogu. Wu Ming easily met Zelik. Wu Ming even suspected that this guy had already guessed that Wu Ming would go to him for help. That's right, Wu Ming looked for Zelik to let Zelik help Chaldea deal with the aftermath. As the second magician, there would always be people who would give him face. Even if they did not give him face, Zelik also had a lot of connections. It would be quite easy for him to help deal with the aftermath. And Wu Ming also asked Zelik for a list of magicians and magician families who would definitely make a move against Chaldea. That night, he turned into something terrifying and visited these magicians. He bluntly told them that if they still wanted to reach out to Chaldea, the next time they would be annihilated. Finally, Wu Ming also tampered with the magic seals that had been passed down in their families in front of these magicians. This was a naked conspiracy. Those magicians who could not resist Wu Ming at all could only choose to compromise in fear. Now, Chaldea had a very long buffer. As long as Olga Marie mastered the third magician, at that time, coupled with Olga Marie's status as one of the 12 monarchs, she would definitely have the right to speak no less than Zelik. The third magician was one of the 5 remaining magicians in the world. The other magician also had the help of a powerful magician who could travel through time and summon servants. There was also a powerful existence who could tamper with the magic seals of the clock tower magician family. With these, there was no doubt that Chaldea would not be in any danger. Speaking of danger, Wu Ming thought of another thing. Collis, I remember that there was an alien existence outside Chaldea, right? Chapter 1054. Wu Ming turned to look at Collis. Master, don't worry, Enkidu is basically done, he's taking care of the aftermath. When Wu Ming put Chaldea back in place, he accidentally discovered an existence that could be called an alien. This existence was paying attention to Chaldea, who had returned to the Type Moon world. Ignoring whether or not the other party had bad intentions, they definitely didn't have any good intentions for sneaking around. Wu Ming even suspected that Jisha took Chaldea out of the Type Moon world to protect Chaldea. In short, Enkidu, who didn't think he was of much help, volunteered to take care of this matter. After figuring out the other party's identity, it was easy to let them go if they were harmless. As the Heaven Lock, Enkidu was the most powerful weapon in human history. Adding on the fact that Enkidu had been by Wu Ming's side for so long, he had absorbed a lot of origin, power, which made Enkidu extraordinary. Wu Ming even personally injected new origin, power into Enkidu just in case. It could be said that Enkidu could go to the Type Moon world and call himself a god, because no one was a match for the current Enkidu. Any attack that Enkidu casually released now could be considered an attack against Su Zheng. As for the alien that Wu Ming sensed, Enkidu wouldn't be afraid of it at all. That was indeed the case. Collis had already said that Enkidu had already taken care of those matters and was taking care of the aftermath. Since that was the case, Chaldea had nothing to worry about. However, speaking of worry, Wu Ming felt that the one he should be worried about was Collis. Wu Ming secretly glanced at Collis, who was floating beside him. The current Collis was no longer wearing a dragon horn headdress, but she was still not human. The current Collis was somewhat similar to rubies and sapphires, but the rubies and sapphires were pentagrams and hexagons with wings and bows in the middle. On the other hand, Alice was a transparent hollow sphere with sharp dragon wings. In the center of the sphere, there were 3 metal rings that rotated irregularly. In the center of the 3 rings, there was a little light, like a star. It had to be said that the current Collis was very similar to Ruby and Sapphire. However, they were sisters, so it was normal for them to be similar. After all, Collis' full name was Collis Belit, or Lapis Lazuli. Like Ruby and Sapphire Saphia, Collis was just Wu Ming's abbreviation for her. As for whether or not Collis could become a wand like the Ruby and Sapphire, this question was temporarily ignored. By the way, Collis, I've always had a question. Looking at the current appearance of Collis, Wu Ming finally asked the question that had been in his heart. Now that I clearly have a way to turn you into a human, why don't you agree and instead choose this appearance? Wu Ming revealed a helpless expression, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Compared to the appearance of a human, I still prefer the style of my sister's phone. Kelly replied in a serious tone. However, Wu Ming revealed an expression of I knew you would say that. It must be Ruby who bewitched you. Wu Ming responded to Collis with a gaze that saw through everything. And Collis fell into a rare silence. It seems that I guessed right. Wu Ming sighed. It couldn't be helped. Who told Wu Ming to pick up Mayu in the past 2 days? More than once he saw Ruby give up on accompanying Ilya and secretly follow him instead. Wu Ming glanced at Collis again. He had no intention of blaming her. I actually wanted you to experience the life of a human, but since you like this appearance, we'll leave it at that for now. After all, when Collis thought things through one day, Wu Ming could use the power of the Great Origin to turn Collis into a human at any time. Let's go. The arrangements here have been completed. After some time, come back and check on it, we can proceed with the next step of the plan. Wu Ming patted Collis, who seemed to be thinking about something. Yes, Master. Wu Ming opened a golden teleportation door and directly went in. Meanwhile, Collis was still absent-minded. She was thinking about what Ruby had said about bewitching her. Magical girl, her, Collis thought as she floated and also entered the teleportation door. In Ilya's world, Shore U residence. A golden ripple appeared, and Wu Ming emerged from it. After Wu Ming came out of the teleportation door, the first thing he did was to look at the clock on the table. At this time, Mayu should be done with school soon. Master, I'll go and prepare to welcome Lady Mayu. After flying out of the golden ripple, Collis directly flew toward the door, out of the door, and out of the door. At the door, there was a surge of magic, and a rather expensive red convertible car appeared there. This was a transformation of Collis. She had the ability to mimic. As for the size of the object she mimicked, she could do so with magic. Wu Ming, who was standing in front of the window and watching this scene, did not know what to say. Ever since Collis transformed into a ruby or sapphire, Collis had become even stranger. If it was in the past, Collis would definitely not have transformed into a car for Wu Ming to pick up Mayu. However, now, Collis would transform into a different car almost every time Wu Ming went to pick up Mayu. Classic, expensive, ordinary. There were all kinds of cars. This even caused Mayu's friends in school to be amazed. It could only be said that Collis was now supporting Wu Ming and paying more attention to daily life. She was no longer focused on combat. Forget it. I can only blame myself. Wu Ming sighed. Collis' change might have been caused by Wu Ming's words back then. Wu Ming's original intention was to let Collis live alone. Collis probably thought that Wu Ming no longer needed Collis. Although that was indeed the case, after all, the secret of the black soil and the root of everything was completely understood when Wu Ming returned to the root of everything after resolving the matter with Chaldea. Wu Ming had also entered the stage of adulthood. After Wu Ming returned to the root of everything, the root of everything became a little enthusiastic, as though it was welcoming a blood-related relative. That's right, it was enthusiastic. After that, Wu Ming also received the information and secrets that he needed to know from the root of everything. There was only one root dragon. If one had to describe it, the root dragon was the materialization of the root of everything. It did not mean that the root of everything could create a new one after the root dragon died. Therefore, the root dragon that White Yakshaw had seen back then was Wu Ming. As for the problem of the root dragon's reincarnation becoming weak, the root dragon would actually fall into a deep slumber with the root of everything and would recover after a certain period of time after the root of everything's reincarnation. It would not fall into a certain world when it was extremely weak. In other words, Wu Ming's situation was just an accident. Chapter 1055. When Wu Ming was weakened from his slumber, he accidentally wandered into a certain world. As for the reason, it was naturally the origin black soil. The origin black soil was the dust of a dead world, while the origin black soil was in slumber. When the origin reincarnated, its origin power would naturally fall into slumber as well. During this period, there would definitely be worlds that were unable to save themselves and were destroyed, which was why most worlds perished. Since the origin had a lifespan, worlds naturally had a lifespan as well. The origin could reincarnate, but worlds couldn't, and worlds would eventually reach their end, which was why a small number of worlds perished. These dead worlds would then turn into dust and return to the origin. The dust produced by these worlds that had reached the end of their lifespan and died naturally wouldn't affect the origin at all, and could even replenish the origin's energy, just like how fallen leaves return to their roots. As for the destroyed worlds, they were much more troublesome. The origin was like a mother who unconditionally spoiled her child, fully accepting and taking care of the dust of these worlds. Firstly, the origin felt guilty for not being able to save its child as a mother. After the dust entered the origin, it would fuse with the origin power, and the resulting product would be the origin black soil. Secondly, the origin wanted to use the origin black soil to recreate new worlds, which could also be considered as compensation for the destroyed worlds. As for why the origin black soil was able to counter Wu Ming, it was because the origin black soil contained negative origin power, which was also why Wu Ming was able to counter the origin black soil. The negative emotions of a dead world were left behind in the dust, which fused with the origin power and naturally became negative origin power. The reason why Wu Ming was able to escape from the origin and wander into a certain world was also due to the increase of the origin black soil. As more and more origin black soil was absorbed, the origin couldn't contain it anymore. Worlds weren't something that could be created at will, and even the origin needed time to recreate the origin black soil into a new world. Furthermore, the worlds between worlds were so vast that there was no end to them. The number of worlds that existed between worlds was probably more than 1 trillion, and as the root of origin and the root of origin slept and reincarnated, countless worlds that were heading towards destruction would turn into dust and passively be drawn into the root of origin, fusing with the root of origin and becoming origin black mud. Whether it was a few cycles or a dozen, the black origin soil was indeed being consumed and reforged into one world after another. However, as the great origin cycles became frequent, more and more black origin soil accumulated in the great origin, eventually causing the great origin to overload itself. Wu Ming and most of the black origin soil hence flowed out, leaving only a little bit of black origin soil in the great origin, the black origin soil that Wu Ming had seen when he first entered the great origin. The reason for the frequent reincarnation cycles of the great origin was actually very simple. It was caused by too much dust from the death of a world. The great origin would produce root of origin power to fuse with the dust, but as the world died faster, the great origin would have to produce root of origin power faster. This would put a burden on the great origin, causing the Great Origin's reincarnation cycle to accelerate, causing Wu Ming and the Black Origin soil to flow out. It was like a sealed water bag that was filled to the brim, and if more water was poured in, the bag would explode and all the water would flow out. This was how the Black Origin soil flowed between worlds, and some even accidentally entered them. It was also because of this that Wu Ming entered a certain world and was adopted as a normal infant. Although Wu Ming now knew everything, this was still a difficult problem that had no solution. The only solution was to start with the creatures that lived in each world. The creatures that lived in each world would develop, be it through technology or magic, but once they reached a certain level of development, these creatures would seek to reach even higher heights, which was why they had already faced the threat of destruction. In other words, they would destroy themselves as well as the world they lived in, which was the cause of the destruction of most worlds. For example, Mayo's world was destroyed because of the Ainsworth family. However, because the M-shaped moon world had evolved into a parallel world, it indirectly resolved the threat of destruction. Even if Mayo's world was destroyed, the M-shaped moon world would still be fine. But in the end, Mayo's world was still saved by Wu Ming. Most worlds didn't evolve into parallel worlds, which meant that if the intelligent creatures that lived in those worlds caused a world crisis like the Ainsworth family did, the only outcome for that world would be destruction. However, it was extremely difficult to start from this aspect. Once an intelligent creature reached a certain level of development, it was unavoidable for them to explore even higher heights. This was a necessity for any creature that lived in this world. But the key was whether or not these intelligent creatures could adapt to the next height and control it. If they could adapt and control it well, the world would continue to operate as usual, and the intelligent creatures would continue to live. But if they couldn't adapt and control it well, the world would very likely be destroyed. So, how could one change the creatures of a world and make them give up on exploring higher heights when they weren't confident enough? Wu Ming could only think of one way, which was to become the god of that world. However, there were so many worlds, and Wu Ming naturally couldn't do them one by one. Wu Ming was testing the backup machine in preparation for this plan. This was the plan that Wu Ming and Collis had discussed before leaving the route. However, this was still a big plan, and the route wasn't omnipotent. The details of the plan still needed Wu Ming to prepare, and only then could they rely on the route to complete the plan. Let's go pick up Mayu first. Wu Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Wu Ming jumped out of the window, walked to the door, opened the door, and got in. Your sunglasses. Collis spoke like an intelligent voice, and a pair of sunglasses popped out from the steering wheel. Wu Ming grabbed it and put it on his eyes. After all, it was a convertible. Wu Ming had requested that Collis provide sunglasses when driving such a car. Then, let's go. However, before the car started, the door to the front passenger seat opened, and a beautiful lady got in. It wasn't winter, but she was still wearing a white fox fur coat, and it was the kind that covered her whole body tightly. The lady flipped her pink waist-length hair and smiled at Wu Ming. Although the lady was wrapped up tightly, it was as if she wasn't wearing anything. Her charm was completely reflected on her face. Maeve, why are you here? Wu Ming was shocked and quickly looked around to see if there were any passers-by. That's right, it was Maeve. Chapter 1056. Why was Maeve here? Of course, it was because Wu Ming had discussed with the suppression force and asked the suppression force to bring the Maeve Wu Ming knew from the moment before her death to this era. This way, it would not destroy history, and it would allow Wu Ming to see the original her. Although it would be better to directly ask the suppression force to take over history, Wu Ming felt that it was unfair to Maeve. That history, that story, were all created by Maeve herself, and Wu Ming had no right to take it away. In short, Maeve came to the modern era, and it was the modern era of Ilya's parallel world, and settled down and survived. And Maeve's wish. In fact, as long as Wu Ming was here, Maeve had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Perhaps the only thing that Maeve was dissatisfied with was that Wu Ming could not be with her all the time. Maeve rested her body, tilted her head, leaned forward, and lay directly on Wu Ming's shoulder. The familiar body fragrance entered Wu Ming's nose. Of course I'm here to look for my dear Tilda. As soon as Maeve spoke, the surrounding air was filled with charm. Don't worry, I've already set up a spell to disperse idlers around. No one will come Tilda after all. Maeve was also a druid. Maeve's charm could be called forced hypnosis for ordinary men. Even if Maeve was wrapped up so tightly, once a passerby passed by, it would be easy to attract them. Wu Ming, who had experienced such an incident once, did not want to experience it again. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, then looked directly into Maeve's eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay at home obediently? You didn't listen to me again. Although it was a reproach, it was more or less flirting. However, immediately after, Maeve showed a hint of jealousy. You still know that we have a family, Tilda, then why do you always come to look for your little sister? Could it be that you like her, Tilda? At that moment, Wu Ming directly gave Maeve a knock on the head. Mayu is just my little sister. As her only relative in this world, I have to take care of her, don't I? There was nothing wrong with this. After all, Shiro in Mayo's world was still in Mayo's world. In Ilya's world, Mayu indeed only had Wu Ming as a relative. Wu Ming felt a little helpless as he reached out to rub Maeve's tearful little head. Besides, I've already explained Mayo's situation to you. Leah and Jahan can understand, and even Master Skaha agrees with my actions. Besides, how old is Mayu? Why are you jealous? Artoria and Joan of Arc were also brought to the modern world by Wu Ming through the same method. After the Battle of Cameron, Artoria was brought to this world on the ship to the Land of Ideals, while Joan of Arc was brought to this world a second before she was burned to death. Whether it was Maeve, Artoria, or Joan of Arc's injuries at that time, they were all healed instantly by the power of suppression, which could be considered as doing Wu Ming a favor. After Artoria and Joan of Arc came to this era, they were very well behaved and didn't ask anything. Because of Wu Ming, Artoria wasn't so obsessed with the country. As for Joan of Arc, she was just taking advantage of the situation to save the country. The current France was no longer the France of hundreds of years ago. Without obsession, the two of them listened to Wu Ming and lived in Winterwood City peacefully. As for Skaha, Wu Ming personally went to the country of shadows to invite her out and even fought her because of it. However, Skaha wasn't surprised that Wu Ming could find her, nor was she surprised that Wu Ming would come to her. After all, Skaha was the first person to know about Wu Ming's identity as the source of power. The fight also dispelled Skaha's thoughts of suicide. The reason why a person would seek death wasn't because she couldn't die, but because she couldn't find the meaning to continue living on this basis. That was why she sought death. Wu Ming found meaning for Skaha, so she didn't want to die anymore. When he first met Wu Ming, Skaha had pinned all his hopes on him. As for the people he taught later, like Kuchulin and the others, they were just for fun while Skaha was waiting for Wu Ming. Skaha hoped that one day Wu Ming could kill her, so she had high hopes for Wu Ming. She taught Wu Ming everything she knew and even threw herself at him emotionally. Not only did Wu Ming treat Skaha as his older sister, but Skaha also treated Wu Ming as her younger brother. As for why they weren't mother and son, well, after all, their ages didn't match. Speaking of mother, Wu Ming thought of Tiamat. Tiamat also came to this era. However, because he still couldn't let go, Wu Ming arranged for Enkidu and Tiamat to live on the other side of Winterwood City, one city away from Artoria, Jean, and Maeve. That's right, he didn't want them to see each other. In fact, Wu Ming didn't want Mayu, Ilya, and Tiamat to see each other for the time being. The main reason was that Wu Ming wasn't used to having Tiamat as his mother. Wu Ming couldn't imagine what it would be like if Tiamat called him a child in front of everyone, but it would be terrible. Wu Ming couldn't help but shudder, and the hand that was massaging Maeve's head became heavier. Maeve's expression became more comfortable after being massaged by Wu Ming, but Wu Ming's action made Maeve break out of her comfort. Looking at Wu Ming's unnatural face, Maeve was a little worried. What's wrong? Nothing. Wu Ming must be hiding something from Maeve. No matter how stupid Maeve was, she could see it. However, she still chose to respect this man, and she led the conversation back to the previous topic. Although we have a family, if you don't accompany me, I'll be unhappy. Tilda Artoria, Jean, and Maeve lived together in a big house in the suburbs. However, because the house was very big and there were many rooms, Maeve could only barely share a room with Artoria and Jean. It couldn't be helped, Maeve's temperament was slightly disliked by the two. On the contrary, Artoria and Jean were very happy to talk to each other, and they even called each other sisters. Although the two of them did look very similar, only their faces were similar. At least, the difference in their breasts was sometimes very big. However, Maeve had changed a lot during this period in Winterwood City. She wrapped herself up tightly when she went out, but at home, Maeve was still slutty. According to Maeve, in order to change a little in front of Wooming, and at the same time, it was also a foundation to build a good relationship with Artoria and Jean. And Artoria and Jean also saw that Maeve had indeed changed, so the relationship between the three of them had eased during this period of time. However, Wooming basically didn't see her. As Maeve said, Wooming basically lived in Mayo's house. After all, it was to take care of Mayu. It was understandable that Maeve sneaked out to Wooming. Knowing Maeve's temperament, Wooming didn't want to reason with Maeve. Anyway, he was not in the right, so he just let Maeve do whatever she wanted. It is indeed my fault. Then how do you want me to make it up to you? I will definitely do it. Wooming's hand touched Maeve's head again. Really? Maeve gently grabbed Wooming's hand and put it on her face. Her expression was quite charming. Of course it's true. Wooming replied righteously. Then, I want to do it 10 times tonight. Maeve's expression became more and more charming. Wooming even felt a little bit. Turning his head, Wooming's cheeks were a little bit red. Are you serious? The number of times the two talked about was naturally the number of times they should do it at night. On the night Maeve came to this era, because she experienced the intertwining of life and death, plus meeting Wooming, Maeve, who couldn't bear the loneliness, successfully took the first spot of Wooming. In a sense, Wooming had matured. And coincidentally, that day was also the day Wooming crossed the inexplicable threshold inside the root and became an adult root dragon. By the way, Maeve was the same as Wooming. That was also the reason why Artoria and Jean started to accept Maeve. No matter how promiscuous a woman was, if she kept her purity for the man she loved, Artoria and Jean couldn't say anything. By the way, because Maeve took the first spot of Wooming, Artoria and Jean finally decided to attack Wooming at night on the second and third night respectively. Although Wooming was a little regretful that he didn't have 3, for Wooming and Maeve, who already had sex, Maeve's request was nothing to Wooming. Okay then. Wooming agreed. After all, 10 times didn't sound like much. And Maeve also smiled. Wooming, who didn't have much experience, didn't know what 10 times was. But he would know tonight. Master, at this time, Master Mayu should be out of school. Oh no, I'm late. Forget it, Collis, I'll go first. Wait for me here. Wooming urged Collis anxiously and then opened the golden ripple outside the car door. You too. Be good and don't run around. After Wooming said that, he jumped out of the car in a panic and directly jumped into the portal. Maeve, on the other hand, rested her chin on her hands and looked at the place where Wooming left with a happy smile. What, as expected, my sister is the most important. Although Maeve's tone was full of blame, her happiness overflowed. And Maeve's smile was still charming, but it was also full of happiness. Chapter 1057. At the entrance of the private Suigunhara Academy's primary school. At this moment, it had been some time since school ended. Other than the primary school students who stayed behind to participate in club activities, there was almost no one at the school entrance. As for why it was because there were still a few primary school students pacing back and forth at the entrance of the primary school. That. Mayu-chan, is your brother not here yet? Gui Mai, who had a gentle personality, looked around cautiously as if she was looking for someone. Beside Gui Mai, Mayu carried her little backpack obediently and waited as if she wasn't in a hurry at all. She was quite calm. It's fine. Actually, you don't have to wait with me. Although Mayo's tone was still cold, compared to how Mayu treated Gui Mai and the others in the beginning, it was a huge improvement. What are you saying? How can we leave you here alone to wait? Yu Genza Ryuko beside Gui Maimai shouted as if he was willing to die for Mayu. Alright, Tilda, I know that Ryuko cares about Mayu-chan. Stop shouting. Ryuko is very conspicuous like this. Who knows when he will be targeted by human traffickers and be kidnapped. Moriyama Nanakuru beside Yu Genza Ryuko narrowed her eyes and smiled as she spoke to Yu Genza Ryuko. Human traffickers. I'm not afraid. Although that was what he said, Ryuko's legs were already trembling. Standing beside Ilya, Kurihara Torika, who was silently complaining in her heart, sighed helplessly. By the way, with Mayu and Ilya's relationship, can't you let Mayu stay at Ilya's place for a while? Kurihara Torika suggested. This. Ilya, who was beside Mayu, didn't know what to do. After all, she couldn't say that she actually wanted to be picked up by Wuming like Mayu. Brother Wuming said that he would come back to pick me up every day. I believe in Brother Wuming. Mayo's words helped Ilya out of her predicament. But, if Mayu-chan's brother is really delayed by something, will Mayu-chan really have to wait here forever? Gui Maimai was right. Waiting like this was not a solution. Why don't we go to the arcade and play for a while? Play my ass. Kurihara Kyuhua clenched her fist and pretended to hit Yu Genza Ryuko. Yu Genza Ryuko quickly hid behind Gui Maimai. Gui Maimai was at a loss, while Moriyama Nanao Tortoise was watching with a smile. This was the daily life of the four little ones, and Ilya did not find it strange. However, Ilya turned to look at Mayu, who was silently waiting for her. Did Big Brother really run into some trouble today? Could it be Ruby's doing? Ilya recalled that Ruby seemed to be following Wuming and couldn't help but worry. I'll have to ask Ruby later. Ilya thought so. Just as the four little ones were fooling around and Ilya's thoughts were flying, Mayu saw something, and her eyes lit up. Then, she moved. Mayu. Ilya was the first to notice Mayo's movement, and then the four little ones also noticed it. Looking in the direction Mayu ran, Wuming saw the person who moved Mayu. It's Big Brother. It's Mayo's brother. That's right, it was Wuming who lost track of time while chatting with Maifu. Wuming hugged Mayu, who threw herself into his arms. Sorry, Mayu, I was delayed by something. Although Wuming's words were somewhat insincere, Mayu didn't care. As long as Wuming could come, she was already very happy. It's okay, Brother Wuming. Then, Mayu left Wuming's arms and stood beside Wuming. Big Brother, did anything happen? Ilya also walked over and asked cautiously. Ilya always felt that Ruby would do something. Even if she didn't do it now, she would do it in the future. Ilya expressed that she didn't believe in Ruby's character. It's okay, I just met an acquaintance and chatted for a while. Wuming shook his head, indicating that it was okay. Mayu, Ilya, and the others didn't know about Maifu and the others, so Wuming could only explain it this way. So Mayo's brother made us wait with Mayu for so long because he likes the new and hates the old? Yu Genza, who was the most lively, jumped out first. Don't be like this, Ryuko, it's very rude. Gui Maimai pulled Yu Genza's sleeve, looking a little embarrassed. Ryuko has indeed said too much. Kurihara Takika pushed her glasses, then looked at Moriyama Nanao. Moriyama Nanao, who understood, continued to smile with squinted eyes. But Mayu-chan's brother did forget about Mayu because he was chatting with others, so we waited with Mayu for a long time. Wu Ming smiled helplessly as he watched the four little ones singing one another's tune. In that case, I'll compensate you. Immediately, the four children's eyes lit up. Children were naturally interested in compensation, rewards, and other things. Only Ilya waved her hand awkwardly. Big Brother, actually, there's no need. Ilya, who was speaking halfway, was glared at by Kurihara Takika and Moriyama Nanao, and immediately shut her mouth in fear. Mayo's brother is so rich, why don't he treat us to an arcade? As expected of Yu Genza Ryuko's choice, she couldn't forget about the arcade. Mayo's brother has been picking up Mayu in a different luxury car every day. Kurihara Takika saw it clearly. Wuming, who had returned from a business trip abroad, Mayu told the four children, drove different cars to pick up Mayu. Kurihara Takika, who was considered mature among the 4 children, couldn't recognize all of them, but she could tell that they weren't ordinary cars. The 4 children and Ilya also took a few rides, and Kurihara Takika could feel that these cars were very luxurious. However, it was very likely that Wuming rented them. After all, who would buy so many cars for no reason? In other words, Mayu-chan's brother is treating us to an amusement park, so what? Moriyama Nanao successfully cooperated with Kurihara Takika. As a qualified elementary school student, the two of them wanted to see how Wuming would respond. Would he force himself to treat them to an amusement park, or would he find an excuse to avoid it? This was a big test for Mayu-chan. Amusement park? Gui Maimai was shocked. This isn't good. Gui Maimai, who didn't have the same thoughts as Kurihara Takika and Moriyama Nanao, was worried that this request was too rude. Yes, actually, we just need to go to an arcade. Yu Genza Ryuko, who wasn't as smart as Gui Maimai, was also worried. They were just classmates with Mayu, and they weren't related. How could they ask her brother to take them to an amusement park after accompanying Mayu for a while? Ilya-chan, say something. Gui Maimai looked at Ilya for help. This. Ilya, who knew Wuming's background, didn't know what to say. Wuming definitely didn't lack money. Although she also wanted to go to the amusement park, he was Mayo's brother, not her brother. Then let's go. Mayu made the final decision. Mayo's words stunned the 4 little ones. Since Mayu has said so, then today, I will take you to the amusement park to play. I hope it's not too late. After all, this is related to how long you can play in the amusement park. Wuming also made up his mind. Moreover, Wuming's expression didn't have the slightest hint of pain or anything to hide. It was as if he was deciding on something as normal as eating and drinking. Hey. The 4 little ones were stunned. Gui Maimai and Yu Genza Ryuko didn't expect Mayo's brother to actually agree to such a rude request. What surprised Kurihara Torika and Moriyama Nanakuru was that Wuming didn't have any problems agreeing to it. Could it be that Mayo's brother was actually really rich? Wuming snapped his fingers, and 2 luxury cars instantly appeared at the intersection. With a turn, they arrived in front of everyone. This scene caused a commotion in the surroundings. After all, this was the entrance of an elementary school, and next to it was the entrance of a middle school. Moreover, the location of the private Suihara Academy wasn't remote, and there were many passers-by. In the next second, 2 drivers wearing black suits and sunglasses got down from the car. They looked like bodyguards. They elegantly and luxuriously opened the doors of the luxury cars. They bowed and extended their hands, inviting everyone to get in. The 4 little ones were stunned. Even Ilya, who had never seen such a scene before, was stunned on the spot. Let's go, everyone. Wuming elegantly bowed to the 4 little ones, dragging them back to reality from their stupor. Oh! However, the exclamations of the elementary school students instantly resounded throughout the entire private Suihara Academy. Chapter 1058. After the 4 little ones spoke to their families on the phone, they got into the car behind. As for Ilya, Wuming personally called Sylar. Then, she got into the car in front with Mayu and Wuming and went to the amusement park. Because they had indeed wasted a lot of time, and the elementary school students still had to go to school tomorrow, they did not play at the amusement park for long. Near the end of the night, Wuming got a limousine out of nowhere and drove it back to the 4 little ones and Ilya, who still wanted to have more fun. When they finally sent Ilya home, Sylar chatted with Wuming for a while. Sylar even wanted to ask Wuming to stay for dinner, but in the end, she was rejected by Wuming. After bidding farewell to the reluctant Ilya, Wuming drove the ordinary car that had become normal at some point and drove back to the Shiroyua residence with Mayu. The 2 cars and the bodyguard-like driver from before were all caused by Wuming using the rights he had obtained during his time in Winterwood City. Wuming had a lot of rights in Winterwood City in Mayo's world, but in Winterwood City in Ilya's world, Wuming still had rights. However, these rights had just been obtained not long ago. He got Collis to transfer the dead and black accounts of all the banks in the world to his account through the internet. Through spending money, he set up a company, recruited employees, and provided technology. It was all done by Collis. After that, he went to visit the underworld leaders of Winterwood City. If he could use magic to hypnotize them, he would directly use magic to hypnotize them. Under special circumstances, he would directly place restrictions on those who could not be hypnotized. Wu Ming did not want these underworld leaders to secretly find people to deal with Wu Ming in the future. Although he was not afraid, it was indeed troublesome and would affect his mood, so Wu Ming wanted to end it once and for all. After that, Wu Ming also suggested to invest heavily in them. The effect of the stick and the carrot was basically very effective. Although these underworld leaders were unwilling, they would not go against money. After all, they also lived in this legal society. As long as they had enough money, they would be happy to let Wu Ming be the boss, and a boss who basically delegated power. Not to mention, Wu Ming's strength was also a big thigh for them, so why not do it? On the surface, Wu Ming was the boss of a big company, but in private, he had become the real ruler of Winterwood City. Although he basically did not care about Winterwood City's affairs, luxury cars, bodyguards, and drivers were basically a piece of cake. Before Wu Ming came to pick up Mayu, he used the portal to see if Mayu was still waiting at the entrance of the elementary school. When he saw the 4 elementary school students accompanying Mayu and waiting with Mayu, Wu Ming came up with the idea of inviting this group of elementary school students to play at the amusement park as a way of thanking them for accompanying Mayu. Therefore, all of this was planned by Wu Ming long ago. The 2 cars were also ordered by Wu Ming in advance. As for the car that sent the elementary school students home, it was transformed by Collis. After sending off the 4 little ones, in order to not be so eye-catching and exaggerated, Collis became ordinary again on the road. Anyway, Ilya and Mayu knew about Collis' existence, so there was no need to hide it from them. Mayu, are you happy today? Wu Ming chatted with Mayu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Yes, I'm very happy. Mayu had a heartfelt smile on her face. Ever since Wu Ming solved the problem of the black mud, he had been accompanying Mayu during this period of time. He personally sent her to and from school, and the meals she ate were also personally prepared by Wu Ming. At night, if she was not being coaxed to sleep by Wu Ming, she would fall asleep with him. It was not the first time he brought Mayu to various places to play. There were even times when Mayu and Wu Ming went out alone without Ilya's knowledge. In short, she felt that she was about to be spoiled by Wu Ming. However, Mayu felt that she was quite happy. Glancing at Mayo's smiling face, Wu Ming tried to speak. Mayu, if someone else wants to participate in our lives, what would you think? Wu Ming's words were rather vague, and she did not know what he was referring to. However, as a perfect Superman comparable to a PhD student, Mayu seemed to have realized something, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared. Wu Ming, who saw this scene, realized that something was wrong. He immediately changed his tone and changed the topic. After all, we have always been 2 people. The Shoryu mansion is so big, it's not bad to raise some animals, right? Fortunately, the topic just now was very vague, and Mayu did not immediately see anything. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. Animals? Mayu could not help but be stunned. That's right. After all, I can't always be with you. Raising some animals in our house can also help you relieve your boredom. Although the problem of the black mud was solved, it did not mean that Wu Ming was free. Wu Ming's time with Mayu was actually compensation for leaving Mayu. Wu Ming still had a lot of things to deal with. It was also time for Nazalik to go back and deal with the situation of the big tomb. Although Wu Ming could move the big tomb now, it would not be easy for all the members of the big tomb to live honestly in Winterwood City. Wu Ming could not force the members of the big tomb, whose justice points were at least -500, to do good deeds. The only one with high justice points was the old butler, Sebas. Therefore, he had to arrange a place for them to live. There was also Ibirui. How did she know Wu Ming's name? Even if she had seen the previous Wu Ming, he was not known by this name before. In fact, he did not even have a name before, only the name of the dragon of origin, which was both a race and a personal name. Wu Ming had to figure out what was going on. There was also the nameless spellbook that the dragon gave to Wu Ming. Wu Ming had to figure out the relationship between the dragon and himself. He also had to take care of the community in the box court world. After all, Wu Ming was also a member. Whether it was as a member of No Name or for the sake of Black Rabbit, Ren, Letitia, and the others, Wu Ming had to help the community grow. Moreover, he could not use his own power to forcibly improve the community. That would not only spoil the growth by excessive enthusiasm, but it would also be quite disrespectful to the community. Therefore, Wu Ming had to act like Sun Wukong needed to protect Tang Sanzang. This process was not easy. Moreover, Wu Ming had to deal with the conspiracy of the upper echelons of the box court. There was also Pest. Wu Ming had promised to help her, so he had to do it personally. But for better or for worse, No Name did not have to be taken over. No Name only had its meaning in the box court world. Also, Wu Ming had to return to the Godslayer world. Athena, Guinevere, and Lancelot had become the subordinate gods of Wu Ming, the last king. Wu Ming could not just ignore them. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely take over. After all, because of Wu Ming's identity as a Godslayer, he could not stay in the Godslayer world for too long. Wu Ming had a headache just thinking about that. How would the young female version of Guinevere in the Godslayer world meet the young female version of Guinevere in the model moon world? That was why Wu Ming did not choose to bring Guinevere and Artoria to the modern world, and only brought Artoria back. It was really difficult. There was also the world of the Star Cup. He had to go back and see what the god of games, Tito, had changed that world into. He was also very concerned about how Rick and Shubi were doing. Most importantly, there was the problem of the root. A single cycle of reincarnation of the root was a very long time for long-lived species. But that did not mean that Wu Ming did not have to do anything about it. To prevent the black root soil from overloading the root and causing it to leak again, Wu Ming had to solve this problem no matter what. And the only solution now was to let Wu Ming, the god, exist in the many worlds, and let Wu Ming, the god, restrict them. And Wu Ming had been preparing all along. Chapter 1059. Putting that aside for now, Wu Ming needed to pay attention to Ma Yu. Although Wu Ming changed the topic, this wasn't something that Wu Ming thought of casually. He also had the same thought. However, Mayo's answer was out of Wu Ming's expectations. Brother Wu Ming, I'm actually not lonely. Angelica has been accompanying me while you weren't around. Wu Ming was taken aback. His foot that was stepping on the accelerator paused, but he immediately recovered. That's right. There's still Angelica. As Angelica was defeated by Wu Ming and picked up, she stayed in the Shoryue residence. Julian also agreed to it. Wu Ming even made Angelica a maid. During the time that Wu Ming was away, Ma Yu was taken care of by Angelica. Although Angelica was ice cold, it had to be said that once Angelica carried out orders, she was perfect. As a maid, Angelica would clean the Shoryue residence 3 times a day and tidy it up neatly. At night, she would also read extracurricular books for Ma Yu. During the day, she would prepare 3 meals and bento. Although they weren't top-notch, the taste was still rather delicious. Every time, Elia and the others would exchange meals with Ma Yu so that they could have a taste of Mayo's delicious bento. In addition to Wu Ming's performance today, perhaps the 4 primary school students had already treated Ma Yu as a rich missy with a maid, a big family, and a huge business. In short, Angelica could be considered to be responsible for this family. Mayo's impression of this former enemy had changed a lot. As for the reason why Wu Ming forgot about Angelica, it was because ever since Wu Ming returned, Angelica basically didn't have a sense of presence. Mayo's 3 meals and bento were personally prepared by Wu Ming. When Ma Yu slept, Wu Ming would either accompany her to sleep or read her stories. During the day, Wu Ming would bring Ma Yu out to play when he was free. As for the cleanliness of the Shoryue residence, in fact, the Shoryue residence always had an automatic cleaning magic in operation. After all, this was Wu Ming's magic workshop and there was no need for someone to clean it 3 times a day. As for Angelica, because she had nothing to do, she basically sat in her room and stared blankly. She would also wait for Wu-ming and Mayu to finish their meals before cooking. When Mayu was at home, she would accompany Mayu. When Mayu wasn't at home, Wu-ming would go out. Gradually, Wu-ming and Angelica met less and less. Until now, Wu-ming had really forgotten about her. If it wasn't for Mayo's reminder, Wu-ming didn't know how long it would take for him to realize this problem. Alright, now there was another problem of dealing with Angelica. Although Angelica has always been cold, I'm not lonely, so I don't need any small animals. Then, Mayo's tone changed. Or are you saying that, Brother Wu-ming, you're going to leave me again? Definitely not. Wu-ming refuted without thinking. This time, it really wasn't. The matter of the root black soil had been dealt with. Wu-ming didn't have anything particularly important to do. Even if he had to deal with the people and things that Wu-ming encountered in other worlds, he wouldn't be as anxious as dealing with Jisha. Moreover, Wu-ming could change the flow of time in this world through the root black soil. He could completely deal with everything in other worlds, but only a few seconds had passed in this world. However, Wu-ming didn't need to do that. After all, he just said that he wasn't in a hurry to deal with things in other worlds, so he could take it slowly. As long as it's not, Mayu mumbled softly. Wu-ming stopped the car and rubbed Mayo's little head. Don't worry, Big Brother will accompany you. I won't leave you again. Millimeterham, I believe in Brother Wu-ming. The two siblings chatted in the car for a while before getting out. Wu-ming stopped not to rub Mayo's head, but because they had arrived at the entrance of the Shoryu residence. After getting out of the car, Collis transformed back into a ball with wings and followed behind Wu-ming. Master, young lady, you're back. A cold voice came from the door. Angelica, why are you out? Wu-ming ignored the way Angelica addressed him and Mayu. Angelica would usually be in a daze in her room at this time. After all, it wasn't time to clean up, and there was still some time before cooking. Today is the fixed day to purchase ingredients. Angelica was like a qualified maid as she answered Wu-ming respectfully. Brother Wu-ming, our family's ingredients and daily necessities are all purchased by Angelica at a fixed time. Today is indeed the day. While Mayu and Wu-ming were chatting, Angelica had already walked past them and arrived at the roadside. At this time, a few refrigerated cars arrived at the entrance of the Shoryu residence. As usual, put down the goods and you can leave. I've already transferred the money to your account. Angelica was as dignified as a boss. Her last sentence was obviously directed at the driver who got off the first car, who was obviously not the driver. The drivers who got out of the cars, including the driver from the first car, all bowed to Angelica. Thank you, big sister. It wasn't the first time they quickly unloaded the goods. After that, the drivers got into the car and left without stopping. What's going on? Wu-ming looked at Mayu in confusion. I gave the money that Brother Wu-ming you left at the Shoryu residence to Angelica. Angelica used her brain to earn more money, and she even built a good relationship with the sellers. According to Mayu, Angelica had built a good relationship with the sellers in terms of food, clothing, and daily necessities. Every time she needed something, the sellers would deliver it to her door, and Angelica would even give them a tip. Therefore, Angelica was a customer that couldn't be offended. Wu-ming, who knew this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wu-ming had a feeling that Angelica didn't just build a good relationship with the sellers with money, she might have even beaten them up. One must know that the company represented by the logo on the refrigerated car that delivered the goods just now, although it was an ordinary company in Winterwood City, it wasn't ordinary at all. The boss of the company had some magic background, and Wu-ming's magic hint was resisted by him. However, it seemed like he used some kind of tool, but it still showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Although he was still forcibly restrained in the end. The driver who got out of the first car was actually the boss of the company. Wu-ming felt that the guy would definitely make a move on a fat sheep like Angelica. Only after being beaten up and understanding the difference between the two would they say something like big sister. However, this had nothing to do with him. If Angelica was willing, then she could be the big sister. Anyway, the man wasn't a good person, so it didn't matter if she stood on top of him. Wu Ming's mouth twitched when he saw Angelica directly use displacement magic to transfer the ingredients away. These goods were all packed in boxes, but there was a lot of them. If it wasn't for the Shoryu residence's geographical location near the edge of the city, this would definitely cause a commotion. Angelica and Mayu were the same kind of people in some ways. They were people who didn't care about common sense or didn't know much about it. Angelica, come find me later. I have something to talk to you about. Wu Ming started to deal with Angelica's problem. Chapter 1060. Under Mayo's curious gaze, Wu Ming and Angelica entered a certain room and came out after about half an hour. However, they weren't doing anything indescribable. Wu Ming simply wanted to have a chat with Angelica about whether she should continue staying here. Firstly, Julian had a lot of things to do back then. Angelica was staying in the Shoryu residence, so it was easier for Julian to have one less person. Secondly, Angelica thought that she had been abandoned and was picked up by Wu Ming, who didn't kill her. Thereafter, she acknowledged Wu Ming as her master. Thirdly, even though Wu Ming didn't realize this problem due to Mayo's excessive independence, Angelica had indeed taken on the role of Wu Ming's nanny when Mayu wasn't around. These were the three reasons why Wu Ming wanted Angelica to stay. But now that Wu Ming was back and Julian was almost done with his preparations, Angelica could return. Wu Ming knew that Julian still had feelings for his elder sister. Wu Ming wouldn't forcefully separate the siblings. Perhaps after Angelica returned, Julian could instill feelings and memories into her, allowing the emotionless Angelica to truly revive as Julian's elder sister. Although reviving the dead was a taboo in any world and it wasn't a true revival, Wu Ming didn't mind. However, it was still up to Julian and Angelica to decide on their own. Even though Angelica lacked emotions, she wasn't a complete puppet. In the end, Angelica made a decision. I want to go back and take a look. Wu Ming and Mayu bid farewell to Angelica, who returned to Mayo's world. Mayu, go do your homework. I'll prepare dinner for you. Okay. Mayu nodded lightly and walked into her room. Wu Ming also walked to the kitchen and began his simple but realistic dinner life. Then, Wu Ming saw Maeve, who was wrapped in a towel, walking out of the bathroom. Maeve. Wu Ming hurriedly lowered his voice, afraid that Mayu would hear him. Wu Ming didn't want to see the scene of Mayu pointing at my Fu with a face full of resentment and asking Wu Ming who this woman is. But, my dear, you didn't let me go. Maeve smiled charmingly. Since she didn't let her go, Maeve volunteered to stay. As for why Angelica didn't stop Maeve, it was because Angelica knew about the relationship between Wu Ming and Maeve. Angelica even knew about the existence of Artoria, Joan of Arc, Scaha, and Tiamat. It couldn't be helped. Because of ignoring Angelica, Wu Ming basically didn't hide anything from Angelica. And because of her lack of emotions, Angelica didn't deliberately avoid Wu Ming because her thoughts were different from ordinary people. Therefore, Angelica could be said to be the person who understood Wu Ming the most right now. My queen, please don't play with me. Wu Ming hurriedly opened the portal and signaled Maeve to leave quickly. Give me double tonight and I'll leave. Maeve said arrogantly. Okay. I'll promise you anything. Wu Ming pushed Maeve into the portal. Then, Wu Ming let out a long sigh. It seems that the first thing that needs to be dealt with is the issue of Mayu and Maeve meeting. After all, it's not a solution to keep hiding it. Brother Wu Ming, did I just hear a woman's voice? Mayu suddenly walked out from the corner. It's nothing. I was just talking to Collis, who is practicing voice changing on what ingredients to use tonight. In an instant, Collis, who was beside Wu Ming, became the scapegoat. Yes. What else could Collis say? She could only help Wu Ming cover it up. Just do as usual. Mayu said softly and didn't want to disturb Wu Ming anymore and returned to her room. Wu Ming let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Shoryu's house was big enough. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. However, what Wu Ming didn't know was what kind of disaster he was going to face tonight. It was the next morning in the timeline. In the mansion that Wu Ming bought for Artoria, Jean, and Maeve, Wu-ming walked out of Maeve's room with a pained expression and met the adult version of Artoria. Because of the restraints, Artoria has all the memories of the Middle East singularity, so sometimes Artoria can't help but transform into her adult form. That's why Wu-ming said that Artoria and Jean's breasts were sometimes different. However, Artoria's transformation from time to time brought double the joy to Wu-ming. "Are you okay?" Artoria's face was serious, but her tone was full of concern. "I'm okay." However, Wu-ming's slightly pale face betrayed Wu-ming. "You can't spoil Maeve all the time." Artoria began to educate Wu-ming. Although Artoria and Jean also had sex with Wu-ming, they were not the kind of people who would get addicted to it. They would only do it with Wu-ming when they were deeply in love, but they were usually like an old married couple. However, Maeve was different. Maeve was born with a perfect body like that of a goddess. It could be said that she was born with the ability to seduce men. And Maeve also acted according to the desire brought by this ability. Otherwise, Maeve's amorous behavior wouldn't be recorded in the historical stories. In addition, the Maeve that Wu-ming knew had always been pure. After having sex with Wu-ming, it was as if the desire that had been suppressed for a lifetime had been released. That was why she kept pestering Wu-ming. This time, it was quite impressive. Artoria didn't think that doing such things was evil, but there were limits. Just like last night, Maeve's screams were so loud that she and Jean couldn't sleep well. Fortunately, when they were brought to Wu-ming's side by the restraining force, their bodies were still at the level of heroic spirits. Otherwise, the dark circles under their eyes would be hanging on their faces. "I know. I'll be careful in the future." It was impossible for Wu-ming not to be careful. If they did it every day, even Wu-ming wouldn't be able to take it. It was just like when the dust of a dead world entered the root. If the root's power couldn't supply it, the root would be burdened and forced to supply it. Over time, problems would arise. Knowing this, Wu-ming wouldn't let Maeve do as she pleased anymore. However, indulging like this from time to time was indeed very satisfying. "Isn't Jean with you?" Wu-ming asked Artoria about Jean. "She went to buy some supplements for you," Artoria replied calmly. Although Wu-ming didn't need them, as expected, compared to Artoria and Maeve, Jean was more suitable to be a wife. After all, she was a village girl. "By the way, when do you plan to bring Guinevere over?" Artoria's question surprised Wu-ming. Then, Wu-ming coughed and straightened his face. "I still have to send Mayu to school. Let's call it a day. I don't need any supplements." After that, Wu-ming ran away as if he was escaping. Artoria shook her head helplessly. She knew that Wu-ming was hiding something, but more than that, it was because Wu-ming found it hard to accept Artoria and Guinevere's identities. After all, the three of them were a twisted love triangle. Although it was pretentious, Artoria believed that Wu-ming would arrange everything in the end. Now, he just needed some time. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.